We don't just dream, we do the work. Through every pressure, every hurt. Excellence taking us so far. Ready always for the call. Standing strong, we will not fall. Accountable every step. Mentored minds with vision set. We are rising. This is real. Driven by the change we feel. Every voice and every hand. Building champions that will stand. We're built for what's next. Global citizens arise from purpose to action. We are changing lives. We're built for what's next. No fear, no limits inside. Together we're stronger. Together we rise.
Okay, welcome back everyone. And this time, the next thing we are doing now is a quick video. We're going to see a quick video together, then after then, we can call on the speaker. Thank you.
The real platform is an environment where, everyone has a sense of belonging, not just belonging, but a sense of ownership. It's a place where you yourself without any form of prejudice, and every stage, or every phase in life, regardless of challenges you're going through, the platform is always there to support you, The real platform is an environment where everyone has a sense of belonging, not just belonging, but a sense of ownership. It's a place where you know that you can be yourself without any form of prejudice, and at every stage or every phase in life, regardless of challenges you're going through, the platform is always there to support you, to see you through. Of course, there are organizations that are membership based, that when you belong to, they identify with you when things are very good or you are going through the best of times. But the real platform is distinct in the sense of in season, out of season, they are good and they are always there for you.
There's this adage that says that 20 children can play together for 20 years. But for us in Real Platform, the bonding has kept us, we are 20 years this year, and the bonding has kept us together for 20 years. So it's quite phenomenal for us. Now, even when we have members who have loved the country, they still come into this family and we're still thriving. So for me, that is phenomenal.
We all want to feel this sense of belonging when you've come to have this conviction, personal conviction, while identifying or coming in contact with what makes you feel among, or you feel your personal values have aligned with what you have actually been looking for. So for the first time, my encounter with this very platform has indeed made me to see certain traits which my own personal values have come to align with. So for me, that was key. I felt this is where I belong at an instant. because already that was a personal thing, a trait that was already in me.
One of the major things that actually convinced me about the organization is the fact that they talk the talk and they do the do, in the sense that they do what they say they are going to do. If you notice, most organizations that start, they tend to change their principle and stuff like that. But being with the organization from 2019, what they say, regardless of the situation, is what they always do. So that is why I kind of stick with them. For somebody that can stand the test of time and do what they actually say they are going to do is worth being with.
Okay, the real platform has really helped me to fulfill my potential, both professionally and personally. Like, I get the push, the encouragement, and the diligence and consistency in my business and career.
It's a platform that has helped me because it's an educative platform and it has educated me in so many ways. I've been able to actualize my dream. I'm on the way to achieving all my dreams and goals because of the Real platform.
Real platform is very consistent in checking on her members, checking in to see how you're doing when they don't hear from you for a while. So when I first joined, I wasn't consistent, but then they kept calling, how you doing, what's going on, we've not seen you in a while, and that made me feel like this is an organization I want to be part of.
I'm a very creative person, and so the Real platform has helped me to be able to process my thought pattern.
Wow, Real platform is a home, is a real tribe.
At the Center for Real Impact, what always stands out for me at every of our events is our content and our style of delivery. Little wonder they say content is king. At the Center for Real Impact, we have got the content.
I met KJK sometimes last year through one of his news. And before meeting him, I heard a lot of amazing things about him. But meeting him in person, like, is so amazing. He's a blessing. He's a man of honor, a man of integrity, a visionary leader, right? Because it takes a visionary leader to reckon with you based on who you are becoming and not based on who you are at the present.
Has provided me with leadership opportunities and knowledge-driven information that's enabled me to explore my potential. I've been able to practicalize most of the things I learned in my business and my personal life. So I can say professional and personal development has spurred since I joined the Center for Real Impact, the Real platform.
I would say I like the fact that we have the system or the structure for accountability and feedback. You know, several times, for instance, Dorothy called me to ask me questions about my goal, how far I've been able to achieve them and all of that. So it's really like it's like a family thing. Also, I realized that there is this like a form of get together where members come together and network.
Can say without any doubt that the Center for Real Impact stands out when it comes to consistency. There's been a lot of challenges. There's been a lot of hurdles, you know, in the course of this journey. But the rugged nature of our founder and our international director, you know, has kept the pace going. And today, this is where we are. So if you ask me, I would say it's consistency. Consistency stands out. We also have content, if I'm to add to it, which I'm sure most people must have said. Our content is also something that but I would not want to belabor that. But for me, number one is consistency, and that's our signature, consistency, yes.
Kunle Joe Komolafe, fondly called KJK, is a recognized voice in transformational leadership and sustainable development. As the convener of the Real Impact Summit and founder of the Center for Real Impact, he is driving a powerful movement that reshapes how leaders think, build, and deliver impact across borders. With a footprint in the US, Nigeria, the UK, and expanding into other cities and continents, his work spans leadership development, strategic consulting, and enterprise transformation. KJK leads KJK Development Systems, a training, strategy, and consulting organization providing actionable strategies that turn vision into execution for individuals, institutions, and governments. With over 2 decades of experience, KJK is a John Maxwell certified coach. Also, as a cybersecurity enthusiast, he holds credentials including CISM, CRISC, and Security Plus. As a devoted project manager, he holds the globally recognized PMP PMIUSA certification. His impact includes advisory roles with top consulting firms and strategic work with private and government agencies. As a best-selling author and tireless advocate for excellence, growth, empowerment, and global sustainability, his passion is evident in every initiative he leads. Kunle Joe Komolafe isn't just speaking about the future, he's building it. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a warm, Real Impact Summit welcome as we bring to the platform Kunle Joe Komolafe, popularly known as KJK.
Event, first outing here in Manchester. We're looking forward to having more and more here, working with every one of you to see how we can build and how we can grow the platform here. I know sometimes last year at about this time we were in Leeds, and then the year before we were in Leeds as well, but then we thought it wise to come to move the program and the project to Manchester. So 2027 is going to be here in Manchester as well. So we're looking forward to growing the platform together. Okay, that's the whole idea. And we have people travel from different cities, 3 hours, 4 hours. We are honored to have you all here. I'm privileged to be the founder of this organization, which we started about 22 years ago in Nigeria, and then from there surmounting a whole lot of challenges, but then we're here today. Came in from the US excuse me, yesterday. I don't want to go into the story of how we're able to make it here. Yesterday happened to be, I think there was a train strike, partial strike or something, and it was really tough. But then we're here, okay? I want us to be responsive. I want us to be, let's have a very wonderful interactive session together. We are going to learn. For some of us, it's just going to be reminding us of some of the things that you already know, okay? And then for some of us, it's going to be pushing us, into the next phase and into the next level that you ought to have been or you desire to be. I'm honored, to have been able to provide a whole lot of mentorship, to great minds across several countries and several continents. Okay, so I came with some of my books. You can scan, not that much, so you probably can scan. I have one free inspirational devotional We call it Awaken Your Day. It's 365. You read one every day. It just sets you on fire, you know, to get started for the day. But then I have the other ones. That one is free. You can just scan it, put in your information, and then you can download the book. Very good book, believe me. But then I came with 3 other ones. The newest of them all is Future of Leadership, Cultivate Influence, Maximize Impact, Build Legacy. Good book. And then I have another one that is called Unlock Your Relevance, Becoming a Voice in Your Sphere of Influence. And then I have the third one, Embrace the Future. Embrace the future beyond college, degree, master, and thrive in the age of digital possibilities. Good books. I want to encourage you to get them today at the stand. I would have loved to freestyle, just talk to us, which I'll do at some point, but then I just thought to take it easy, take it slow. So I have my few things we're going to be talking about today. And then we get to bring up our guest speaker, Olumide Ogwade Aide Kabasa, who is here today. One voice that inspires me. And we're going to go around the world together to do stuff, right? You missed the place to clap. Why are you all looking so serious? Come on, guys. You look too serious. All right. If you noticed, the books I wrote, Embrace the Future of Leadership, everything I try to talk about, I am very conscious of what the future holds than what the present experience is. I try to talk about what is yet to happen, that hasn't happened, or what you are picturing in your mind's eyes as what you want to do that you have not yet done. And if I pass the microphone across now and ask each and every one of us, what is the definition of the future? 2 years ago, we had this conversation. I think it was in Leeds, excuse me, where I got a team to begin to talk about, or the participants to begin to talk about what's the future like for you. And then I heard a lot of, responses from everybody talking about what the future is and what the future is not and all of that. And that's where we're going to start today. I'm going to be talking about becoming the person the future is looking for. Becoming the person the future is looking for. But we need to define what this future means, right? We need to define what this future means. And I'm sure you all have a notepad. Now, I'll tell you guys how I process information when I'm in a room like this. I don't just take notes. I take action items. Okay? I don't just take notes. I take action items. I see beyond what the speaker is saying. Yeah, I said that. I see beyond what the speaker is saying. I didn't say I hear beyond what the speaker is saying. I see beyond what the speaker is saying, because the eyes of the future is your mind. Your mind is the eyes of the future. So beyond, they asked Helen Keller, for those of you who have heard me speak a few times, they asked Helen Keller, who is a blind woman, right? They asked her what is worse than being blind. And she said, having eyes, but cannot see. And I'm like, okay, what does she mean? I had that like over 25 years ago, and I began to, that day when I had that statement, I began to think about it. What does she mean? Having eyes, but cannot see, and she's blind. In other words, we have a lot of people who actually have 2 eyes. They can see with their physical eyes, but they cannot see with the mind of their eyes. And that's what we want to talk about a little bit, and then bring up the next speaker at some point, and then we go into interactive sessions, conversations around the topic for today. What's the future? The future I'll say is anything that you desire to do that you haven't done. That's the future. Now, this is not Oxford Dictionary definition, okay? Or what's the popular dictionary here in the UK? Oxford, too, right? Yeah, you know, that's not it. That's my definition of the future. Having been doing this since 1991, I think to an extent I can say I have some authority to talk about a few things when it comes to the future, right? The future is what you have not touched, but you desire to touch it. I'll give you an example. When I came up, I started talking about my books, Embrace the Future, Unlock Your Relevance, The Future of Leadership. And seated here are folks who are good with writing. They desire to be an author someday. They are yet to become one. But right here in the room, you know that someday you will also be an author. That's the future for you. But for me, that's not the future. I'm already living in the reality of being an author. Did you get that? And that's why for every one of us in the room today, our definition of the future will differ. Sometimes in, I think it was 1993, May thereabout, I knew that I'm wired to speak to the world. I knew that I was going to travel from nation to nation, and as at that time, I did not even know my way from, I'll say probably I live in Leeds. I didn't even know my way from Leeds to London. From Abuja to Lagos. But then I knew somewhere in my mind's eyes that the future is calling. I have something in me that the future needs to hear and see. So I wrote it down, 1993, sometimes May or June thereabout, that I will tour the world. As at that time, that is my definition of the future. Are we together? Are we together? That's my definition of the future. See, guys, we are professionals, adults, so I don't want you to hear what I'm saying. I want you to see it. I'm challenging your mind this morning to go beyond just using your ears, but using your eyes, internal eyes, the eyes of the mind to see what I'm saying. You're going to get it better that way. So, I wrote it down somewhere. Always write what you see in your mind's eyes, okay? Learn to write it. Someone said that the shortest pencil is still smarter than the sharpest brain. If you don't write it, you will miss it. Okay? So, I have boxes full of all kinds of writings. And today, all I need to do is to wake up in Maryland, in the US, and I can be anywhere in the world. Now, what happened between when I had the vision and when the vision came to realization? That's what we do here at the Center for Real Impact. We bridge the gap between what you desire and when you hold the result of your desire in your hands. It's a process, and I'll talk about that in a bit. When my time is up, just let me know. Just sit down to me from the back or somewhere. Are we together? Awesome. So, we bridge the gap. I've met people who tells me, oh, KJK, I want to be this, I want to be that, I want to do this, I want to do that. And then we begin from somewhere, which we're going to talk about today, right? Where you are now, where you desire to be, where you look forward to being in the next few years. And how can we bridge the gap? Because as soon as you get into what you call the future, it's no longer called the future anymore. Are we together? It's no longer called the future anymore. But how do you get there? the future that you desire, the future that you want to step into, when you get there, will it recognize you? Will it do what? Recognize you. Let's go to the first slide. Let's start from there. Will it recognize you? The future, I said here, is not waiting for you. The future is not waiting for you. The future is already forming. It's not waiting for you. And like I said, it is looking for a certain kind of person. If you step into it, will you be that person? The future is forming. When you get into it, will you be that person? Post-COVID, you know, life was normal, things going on as it were, and all of that. Pre-COVID, a lot of things changed. And a lot of people weren't prepared for what happened post-COVID. There were people who had, for social media influencers, who had just 1,500 followings and struggling to get more and more post-COVID. I mean, pre-COVID. Pre-COVID. But post-COVID, you hear them saying that we have 12 million, we have 13 million followings. Post-COVID. So during that shutdown, they maximized it. And there were people who had that same number pre-COVID, and then post-COVID, nothing changed. Why? Because they did not maximize what happened during that lockdown and that shutdown. We may not be on shutdown anymore physically, but there's a whole lot of shutdown and lockdown happening behind the scene. And we're going to talk about it in a bit. So when we were preparing for this event, I sent ID Kabasa, like, you know, the write-up that we wanted to send out. And then he said, how about if we tweak it a little bit? How about if we change some few words? Because I don't want to own this statement. Then he sent his own version to me. And this was what he said in that version. The world changed. Did you? Go back, please. The world changed. Did you? The world is changing. Are you changing? The world will change. Will you change? This is not motivation. This is positioning. Are we together? This is all about positioning, not motivation. The world changed. Did you change? The world is changing right now. Are you changing? The world will change. Will you change? And that's a very big question I want us to answer today before we step out of this place. Because, you know, back then we were told that don't compete with your friends, don't compete with your neighbors, don't compete with your colleagues. You know, your greatest competition is yourself. Have we heard that before? I don't compete with anybody. And then they go on and quoting all kinds of stuff. But right now, the competition is not even you, sir. The competition is the future. And remember, we defined the future. So how fast you are able to bridge the gap will determine how relevant you will be. Did you get that? So your competition right now is not even who is seated by your side. And you know, challenges of life, situations that happen to us, background where some of us are coming from, the things that we have experienced has held us down, has kept us down, so much so that we have now built a castle around our experiences, and then we build our friendships around those experiences, and then we lock it in. such that if anybody comes with anything that challenges you to become more or to become better, that person looks like an enemy. KJK, you don't understand. Mine is just that I just want to eat, drink, take care of my family, and I'm good. Arrow. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, KJK, mine is just to get a COS, and I'm good. Arrow. Bum, bum. And we're going to talk about that during the interactive session, because it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. Everybody is looking for something, but how are you looking for it? How you look for it will make the difference in the room. Are we together? How you look for it. We're all here in this room now. Let's assume we are looking for the same thing. But how are you looking for it will determine if you will get it before the next person. Because that's the world we are in. Invisible fight over a price. Invisible. Like you can't see it. The fight, the war going on, you cannot see it, but it's going on. I'll give you an instance. Now I want to just run because, let's go to the next slide. I'm going to run now. And the reason why I am talking about this is just to make sure that everyone here, when you walk out of this room, the whole idea is not to provide solutions. That's not what we want to do. What we want to do is that you walk out of here and you are being greeted at the reception and you don't even have answers to that greeting. I want you to walk out of here just thinking for the next 48 hours. I want you to walk out of here and all you are saying, I want you to walk out of here with questions, not with answers. As in where? Because in every question that we ask, the answers are in there. In every question that we ask, it's as simple as 1 + 1 is equals to what? But the answer is in 1 + 1. Don't you get it? 1 + 1 equals to, they put a question mark. Now that's a question. But the answer to the question is in the 1 + 1. But then they say 1 + 1 and then, 1 + 1. Leeds, 1 + 1. Cambridge, 1 + 1. South Korea, 1 + 1. Germany, 1 + 1. You are looking for the answer, but if you spend time on the question, you will find the answer in it. That's how I grew, and I'm still growing. And having been a student of people and paper over time, autobiographies and biographies, paper research and all of that, I have found out that the answer to the questions of man is locked in the man. But we are in a world that is so busy that we are looking for the answers everywhere without spending time with ourselves to find the answer. This is how the world has changed. And I'm going to read out some few things out of research, and then we'll drive in from here. Let's look at blockbusters versus Netflix. How many of you know blockbusters? Yeah. Blockbusters? All right. DVD, VHS, the cassette thingy. How many of you use that cassette that you have to put, a pen in it, and then you have to roll it. I did that. And then sometimes it will break. You have to pull it out and then get a sellotape to tape it together, and then you roll it back in again. Some Gen Zs will not understand what we're talking about. All right. The world changed, but not everyone did. Now, we laughed about this illustration, but a lot of people with, the old school pants is what is really now. We call it trousers. You guys call it trousers. We call it pants, where I come from. The old school pants, the baggy pants, and all of those stuff. is what is reigning now, right? People going back to the, to the old times and all of that. I'll get there in a bit. How many of you know Netflix? Netflix? Come on, guys. Awesome. All right, let me give you a shocker now today. Let's look at this together. Blockbusters had everything. These guys, they had everything. They had brand, they had money, they had dominance. When Netflix came with the idea of not having to hold these things in our hands, but then at the press of a button on your screen, you can watch these things, these movies, that music that you have to go to a store to get. Blockbusters, they were laughing, they were making mockery of Netflix. Go watch the documentary. A lot of us, we are still blockbusters in makeups. We're still blockbusters in Versace perfume. We're still blockbusters with masters and PhD. Yeah, think about that a little bit more. Just spend time on that statement. It's going to help you. Am I still a blockbuster? Get the figures. Let's get the figures. At the height of blockbusters, that's about 2003 and 2004, they were making about $5.9 billion. That's a lot of money, right? In 2004, pardon me, 2004, blockbusters made 5.9 billion with over 9,000 stores globally. Over 9,000 stores globally. Now, Netflix was a little bit of an advanced blockbusters when they started. They were also doing DVDs. Are we together? They were also doing DVDs. Netflix, they didn't start as the Netflix that you know today. But then you would order for it, they would mail it to you. If you have some delays, Blockbusters will charge for it. But if you even have delays, with Netflix of then, they don't charge you late fees. They just tried a little bit to improve on what Blockbusters was doing. But then, at some point, they began to think that, wait, guys, beyond doing this, how do we put what people come to take from us on screen such that they don't have to come take from us anymore? They just need to press the button and they're good. And they evolved into that. Now, get this. Netflix has an annual revenue of $33 to $34 billion with over 260 plus million subscriptions as at today. Now compare it. That's 5 times more. That now there's no blockbusters, they're out. Now listen. How do we bring this illustration home? And I was sharing with a few folks yesterday, thereabout, and then I think we're talking about that, myself and Kabasa and a few friends. I was on a team of 8 people. Listen, pay attention. And they let 2 go on that team at some point. So we're left with 6. And as the project manager, I was still on the team. And usually, in that industry, when they want to let people go, they would usually come for the head first. Let's cut the head off. Because it's more expensive for them to manage because they pay the head more than and all of that. then one person left to go get, for maybe greener pasture or something. And then the program manager who oversees all that we do reached out to the contract company and said, do you want us to recruit and replace the guy who left? They said, no. That they aren't going to replace the person. So we're left with 5, right? Then at some point, they let 3 go in one day. I just got to the office, turned on my computer. Joe, kindly inform 1, 2, 3, let them know their services will not be required anymore come Monday. So 5 p.m. today will be the last day at work. I'm like, what happened? What happened? Nobody told me what happened up until today. And then I was still there. And then one other guy was still in that team. That's how it works. We evolved on the team, not just blockbusters anymore. We evolved to Netflix. And people say, last week I was in a meeting, an AI meeting, where now I wasn't recruited, I wasn't brought on the team as project manager as an AI analyst. No, I was brought in there as a senior business analyst and also doing some kind of cybersecurity stuff, just a whole lot of stuff. But then when the world moved to AI, people said, AI is going to take your jobs, AI is going to take your jobs, and all of that. AI is not going to take your jobs. It's not taking your job. AI will only take the job of those who don't know how to use it. And that's what happened to the other 6 guys. Now, they sent me a 16-page questionnaire from high up there. Microsoft AI guys sent the company 16 pages. And then what they did was to click on forward. Joe Komolafe, hey Joe, kindly look into these questions and provide a response and answers to all of it. I opened it, I took a look at it. Now, you can't use AI to answer questions that is coming from an AI company, right? Am I correct? Yes. That's what you think. That's what you think. We're on live. But that's what you think. And that's where I'm saying that AI won't take your jobs. It takes the job of who don't know how to use it. Yes, we're saying it out there. ChatGPT is what everybody uses, right? Or cloud. That's basement. That's basement. Even if you say I'm using the paid version, that is basement. Are we together? That's basement. So they sent me the 16. I answered all the questions. I sent it back. And then beyond answering it, then the next thing I saw on the calendar, on the email, kindly schedule a meeting to speak about your responses to these questions. You see what I'm talking about now? And then I went on site into the meeting, and then I sat there, and then I saw all these guys, with their glasses here, all just staring at me, AI gurus. I opened my system, question number 1, this is my response. Why do you think that's going to be? Because blah, 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 blah. Question number 2, why did you think? Because that's who can use AI. Are we together? That's the guy who can use it, that AI cannot take the job. Because I know that behind artificial intelligence is somebody who imputed data. Can you be that person? Are we together? That's how you can go into the room and stand out. Not just building capacity, but owning capacity. They are two different things. You go into meetings and they tell you that build capacity, have capacity. No, it's not just building capacity. Now, own capacity. Are we together? Own capacity. They will beg you with what you are looking for. You go into meetings, you cannot talk, and you want to be seen. Because of our time, I want to just run faster now and just fly across a few things so I don't miss the core point of why I traveled all this far to be here. You be in meetings and you have something to say, and they're asking you, does anybody have any other thing to say? And then you are quiet. Come on. See, I don't want them to think that I know too much. Yeah, that's why you should speak, because you should know too much. Are we together? After 6 months, they will now not just say, does anybody have anything to say? They'll call your name. Joe, do you have anything to say? Then when you are done, they don't say, does anybody have anything to say? Then you say, I got another offer, I need to move. And they're like, oh, how much are they paying you? They pay me $170,000 per annum. Oh, really? What are they going to pay you? I mean, they are paying you $170,000. They're going to pay me $230,000. We'll match it. Because you are now seen. You are visible. And then when the world is tell your neighbor that, did you get that? Let's move on. Are you a blockbuster or a Netflix person? That's the point here. Let's move on. Very quickly. Quick. Thank you. All right, so I said here, how do I become a Netflix person? Netflix didn't pay me for this, but I wish you guys paid me. How do you become a Netflix person? Not just a blockbuster, not just talking or holding the mic and speaking English. The world has gone past that. Oh, it's because of my accent. Come on, guys. The world has gone past it because of my accent. Because of my color. No, the world has gone past that. The world has gone past that. If you're a Netflix person in a room that has blockbusters, they'll come for you. Regardless of your accent, they'll come for you. If you're going to be a Netflix person, this is the first step. And this is where a lot of people miss it. Letting culture, tradition, background, the expectation, the need around to hold you back. Find yourself. Now, a lot of us, and that's why I added this to it. I said, never lose it. Find yourself. Who are you? Who are you? That's where a lot of us, myself inclusive, over time, we lost it. We find ourselves, but then challenges come, we lose it. Problems come, we lose it. Issues come, we lose it. Failure comes, we lose it. Not knowing that all of these things are blocks and bricks that you should put together to build higher. To build higher. I was talking to Ozzy, Amy, and a few folks where I stayed yesterday. I've done stuff. When I first got into the US, I did security. Just imagine me like this. I'm not that tall. And just imagine everything that I have. And then I will now wear white and a boat. And then I'm like, come on now. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. That was what I was doing, the first thing. And listen, guys, so I used the money that they were paying me there to go do summit. Yes, sir. To go do summit. And nobody knew. And then I flew back. Wore my uniform. I would get into the car, drive into work, because I would do 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. and you can't sleep. And then 5 a.m. I go back home and take a 2-hour nap because I need to go do Amazon delivery. Do you know what Amazon delivery is?
Yes.
All right. And I do Amazon delivery, and then I do Amazon delivery to 4 p.m. I'm rushing back home because I need to quickly take a shower and then be on my way to the hospital where I was doing security. And then did that for like 3 years, and I was doing the summit. I would look good to the summit. Like, you want to know? You know? Why? Because I found myself, I knew then that this is me. So regardless of every other thing happening around me, I still have to keep this going. So if I need to die doing it, let me die. Let me die. I won't be the first. Why are we not afraid of dying in any way? Find yourself. But you see, this never lose it. That's where we miss it. A lot of us have found ourselves, but we have lost it. Because we need to get married, because we need to have a child, because we need to build a house, because we need to get a COS, we need to get citizenship, because we need to, come on. I was talking to a friend some few weeks ago, in the US, and he's having challenges with his papers and all of that. And I told him, who said you have to be here? Who said so? He's looking at me like, nobody has ever talked to me this way. I said, yeah, who said that you have to be? Who told you that this is where your prosperity is? Who told you that this is where you're going to break through? Do you get it? It's a superior thinking. It's called galactic thinking. Not airplane thinking. The world has gone beyond that. Find yourself. You see, many years ago, back in Africa where I come from, this is not supposed to be this is not me. I shouldn't be here. Because I didn't even know what an airplane looked like until when I was in my final year in the university. Some of you started flying as at when you were in 100 level. I didn't know what an airplane looked like. And that trip was even a privilege to Accra, Ghana. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And I mean, I have a colleague in the US. He's from Asia. And he told me that he's not been out of his county. We call ours county. He's not been out of that county for, I think he's there for about 16 years. So just imagine you are based in, not Manchester now. Call me an area in Manchester.
Bolton.
Sorry? Bolton. You live in Bolton. He's not been out of Bolton for 15 years. That's a big problem. Very big problem. Find yourself. So back then in Africa, I was hawking. I hawked water. Like literally stay on the streets. I don't know if you guys have it here too. You don't have people that just during the hot heat. We have it even in the US. They'll be like, get your water, get your water, get your water. Quickly, you quickly pick. Okay, you guys don't have it. We have it. Oh, that's a beautiful country you guys got here. You sell. Maybe not in the highbrow areas, but some areas that you go to. I did all of that, sold stuff. Especially when the Muslim brothers are having their fasting. That's the peak period for us to do that. So I shouldn't be here. But because I found myself early. One of the ways you probably have found yourself many years ago, my mom would always tell me, back then that Even when as a young child, I would hold the comb in my hands and stay behind, face the mirror, and I'll be talking, yeah. As a baby, I was talking to the mirror, doing like this with her hair comb. And she said she knew that this guy was going to hold something like this in the nearest future. Now I find myself in rooms you cannot even put it on social media, consult for folks that you can't even mention their names for privacy reasons. I'm talking here right now, guys. I'm in 3 meetings as I'm standing here. I'm in 2 other meetings. Guess what I'm doing in those meetings? Now I'm saying literally I'm in 2 meetings. I got 2 other speaking invitation with this one. So what I did is to tell the guys that this is priority. Can I do a video that makes me sound like I am live? And then you guys can play it, and I'll be like, what time is it? One is 8 p.m. West African time. The other one too, the same time. So what I did, good evening guys, how you doing? What time is it right now? It's 8:35-ish, I guess. All right guys, so good evening. How you all doing? And I did the recording. I sent it to them while I was on my way here. Plug and play. And I'm here. Find yourself. So they will be watching me. Meanwhile, I did it. I'll be saying, oh, it's Saturday, 25th of April. I said all of that. And I did my teaching. One on finance, the other one on leadership. And I'm here talking about the future. Find yourself. Never lose it. Never do what? Lose it. Now, this is where we get it mixed up. Now, you can be a medical doctor and be doing care now. Doesn't mean that you are no longer a medical doctor. You get what I'm trying to say? What you are doing now is the connector. And that's why when others are complaining, you should not complain, because you have a higher view. You have a galactic view of who you are. So every time you drive past a hospital, you know that someday I will be here. Now, but between where I am now and there, what do I need to be doing? Who do I need to be talking to? So it becomes an error when you are picturing yourself, I said that last year, or you have found yourself to be an engineer, helping them to build bridges and roads in Manchester, but because you are currently working in the hospital as a nurse assistant, all your friends, and that, let's move on. I'm just trying to go ahead of myself. I know everything I have here, so, yeah. Understand times and seasons. I already talked about that, right? Times and seasons, what you're currently doing now compared to what you should be doing. Understand that it's times and seasons. That wherever I am now is times and seasons, not the final destination. Move on, please. Trust the process. Train your mind. I talked about that already. If you're following me closely, knowing that there's a process to it, trust the process. Trust the process. Right? I talked about how I did all of these jobs, but then I knew I was going to end up as a consultant, which I am now. Did you see that? Which I am now. But between then and now, what did I do? I trust the process. And then train your mind. If you came earlier, you heard them talk about my profile. I had to start doing certifications. What did the guy who, when I first became a business analyst, what did the guy who was heading the team, what did he have? Why would he be the one to schedule and tell me when to be in a meeting? Why can't I be the one to tell them when to be in a meeting? So I have events, I have stuff coming on Tuesday, and I already have 3 meetings. Cancel. Hello guys, how you doing? I just canceled the meeting. Can we move it to Wednesday by 9 p.m.? 9 a.m.? It's yes or yes. Because the decision stops with me. But between when I was being told when to and when I now told them when to, I had to ask myself, what do I need to do? What do I need to have? Oh, he has a PMP. Oh yeah, now let's do it. Burning the candles, reading, preparing. And then I heard it's a 4-hour exam, and you cannot stand up to go use the bathroom or the restroom. And if you're going to stand up to go use the bathroom or the restroom, your time will still keep counting. So you either choose to go use it and spend time there while your time is counting, and you have to have 65%. I don't know if that has changed. And I did it once, and I aced it. Tough exam. Then I asked myself, when I was going to now do cybersecurity, these top guys that they always acknowledge when we do meetings, what do they have that distinct them amongst others? Oh, they have CISM, they have CISSP. Okay, CISSP. What's CISSP? Let me talk about. I said, no, let's start with CISM. After all, those who are leading, they are all CISM guys. All right, what does it take to have a CISM? It's a 3-hour test, but you need to read and prepare for it. Pew, I went into it. Do you understand? Training your mind while you are trusting the process. Training your mind while you are trusting the process. Because whatever height you have gotten to today, there is still more. The richest black man in the world, Aliko Dangote, is still wanting more. Just know where your more should stop. Did you get that? That's hold that one in another hand. Know when your more should stop. The richest man in the world, Elon Musk, is still wanting for more. He's still craving for more. He's still getting contracts from the US government. And dude, you are a trillionaire. In dollars. Are you okay? Are you all right? Still wanting more. Know when your more should stop, but there's more. There's more. Can you call your name? Call your name. Call it. Say there's more to you. There's more. There's always more. Trust the process, train your mind. I want to get back to what I want to talk about relationship. I was talking about, I didn't forget where I stopped. Engineers, and then, right? Yes. Good. Unleash yourself. Uncommon things happen in uncommon rooms. Now this is it. And then we talk about relationship. I have 2 minutes. I'll just borrow me a few, and I'll wrap it up. Are we together? Am I making sense at all?
Yes.
All right. Is this worth your time?
Yes.
Please. You can say no. I mean, well, and I'll adjust it a little bit. My friend, a friend of mine, I've not seen him in over 20 something years. He's still on his way. I wanted to talk about him, what happened to us many years ago. And I'll still say it regardless. So we were in the city years back. And then he came to visit. And we lived in the government reserved area back in Nigeria, government reserved area. And I wore the camouflage, the military camouflage, right? And so we're just taking a walk. And then we walked past one of the top military guys' house, and then the soldiers, the army guys were at the gate, and then they called us. Come. I was the one wearing it. He wasn't. I said, come. And we went there. Say, how are you? I said, fine. Say, where did you get this? I said, it was my friend that gave it to me. He said, and he's even speaking English. Before I could hear Jack Robinson, I was seeing stars, and you know what that means? You know, I got a big slap, and then they asked me to do the frog jump. You know, and I started boom, boom, boom. You know, I was doing it. I was still feeling myself like a good guy, you know. And then afterwards, I was like, this thing is not, it's not adding up. But he was still standing. At some point, one of the guys just looked at him and said, and you are standing? Will you? But he wasn't wearing it. Oh, geez. When we were done, we could not walk. We sat there for a very long time. The guys said, move closer. We could not stand up to move closer. We were dragging ourselves on the floor to move closer. And then they were still gisting with us. Now, that's the funny part. But what I'm trying to say is that I was the one. Why did they have to ask him to join us, or to join me? Association. Association. Your association in Manchester, wherever city you came from, will determine your acceleration in that city. Your association. So if everybody you have around you are, I don't know why care is just coming to my head. You understand? As social workers, hospitality, IT, security, you would most likely find it very difficult. I'm not saying you will not. You will find it very difficult to switch career. I do trainings, and I've heard all kinds of stuff. People I want to be a cybersecurity analyst. I'm like, come, let's do training. What do you do? Oh, I'm a nurse. And then we're done with the training. 3 years down the line, I'm checking up on you. How are you doing? I say, oh, I'm still in the no. Association, because every industry has a language. And your association will influence. Isn't it right that when you stay in a French family, you will they don't need to teach you French. You will naturally start speaking French because you are in the house of French-speaking people. So your association will determine the language that you speak over time. And it will be very difficult for you to unlearn it. Are we together? Relationships matter. Reinvent your relationships. So if you see yourself becoming a medical doctor, you have to have one in your network today. And you can learn from anybody. Stop this, I know it all, I got it. You don't got nothing. You got nothing. Stop it. Are we together? I say, KJK, why is it that when you have meetings, when we are talking about speakers, the first person you throw out there, you just say, how about can we talk to Adi Kabasa? And it's not because he's accessible, but there's something in his head that I want to draw. And I'm intentional about it. He doesn't need to tell me to sit down one-on-one and, oh yeah, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. He's not even he doesn't talk like I talk. He's not your action person. So if you're not careful, you miss it. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Association determines your acceleration. Your company will determine what will accompany you. Check it now. Don't you get it? Okay, if you don't get it, forget about it. Okay, there's one on. Clock it. Right? Let's move on. Let's wrap it up. My time is up. Let's wrap it up. Let's go. Excellence at all level. Exchange it to excel. I don't have all the time to talk about excellence, but another bridge between where you are now and the future you desire, as we began talking in the beginning, is excellence. Look like it and talk like it. Someone say, that's how I talk. That's not how you talk. You can retrain how you talk. You can retrain how you talk. Okay, I've been talking for a few minutes now, for about 40 minutes-ish. Can anybody tell me an alphabet that you think I have had struggle with? An alphabet. Except for my sister. Sir? No. Eh? You said? Correct. But before, even the dumbest of person in the hall we know, I had to train myself that it would have to take somebody who is too much of wanting, you guys are not nice, too much of wanting to see error to pick it. Did you get it? Say, oh no, I'm from this. Come on, retrain yourself. Retrain yourself. And this is my challenge to you today. The toughest of it all, in your sphere of influence, in your city, who is that person? Do you even know the person? Now, the future we're talking about. When I was going to learn I was reading a lot of John Maxwell. There's no book, the new book he wrote on failure this year is in my house right now as I talk to you. I author books that authors are yet to publish. I just hear them talk about it. I write them an email and tell them, please, when it is out, I would love to have an autographed copy. If possible, send me the manual. I would go through it for you, blah, blah, blah. I would hype it. And they send it. Some of them send it to me. I'm not your usual speaker. I go to Harvard reviews to understand what the topic is saying. Not for my audience, for myself first. I read for myself. And then I give out 10 to 15% of what I know. That's how it's been done. And I wouldn't know how to do that if not by association and relationship. Let's wrap it up. Excellence at all levels. Move on. We're wrapping. It's done, I guess. Dress it, talk it, look it, train yourself excellently. Learn how to use all of the things that it's required of you. I know you are good at what you do. I know you know how to dress for a dinner. I know you know how to use a fucking knife. But has it changed? Has it changed? Do you know if it has changed? You say the fork at the left hand, knife at the right. How about if it has changed, it has switched? Do you know? How current are you? How what? Current are you? How do you dress to a swimming class? How do you dress to a ballet class? How do you dress to the courtroom? How do you dress to the hospital? Every sphere of influence has its own language, culture, and how to package and dress for it. And that's how you become a voice in the room. Do you get it? That's how to become a voice in the room. They just know that something has changed about you beginning from today. What happened? I came to the real platform and they said this. Let me even try it for the next 6 months. Just try it for 6 months. If it doesn't work, call me. I'll pay you for it. I'll pay you for this if it doesn't work. Because it works. It works. I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you and not confuse you. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can we give him a standing ovation, please? If you've enjoyed yourself, if you've listened and you really enjoyed every part of this discussion, can we keep clapping, please, everybody? Thank you so much, sir, for imparting in us. God bless you. Please, we're having a discussion for 10 minutes. Can we switch places and... Yeah. Let's move on. Okay, we should move on about it. Okay, all right. Because of time, so can we... the last year video, is it okay to bring it up now? All right, thank you. Everyone, can we be seated? Just 10 minutes, we're doing this video, and it will take time.
My name is Victor Ibade, the country director at the Center for Real Impact, United Kingdom. It's an awesome event. We've learned a lot from the wealth of wisdom from our speakers. You have to, from survivor to reset. So also, moving in a direction whereby you don't have to stay where you are. Yes, you don't have to. My name is Victor Ibade, the country director at the Center for Real Impact, United Kingdom. It's an awesome event. We've learned a lot from the wealth of wisdom from our speakers. You have to, from survivor to reset. So also, moving in a direction whereby you don't have to stay where you are. Yes, you don't have to keep staying where you are. You have to keep, striving and also networking yourself to be the greater version of yourself.
It was really, really good, really informative. I think this is something that you should be joining if you're interested in your self-development and growth. It is a great network to be a part of.
It's mind-blowing. Yeah. Get into the room next year, connect with Real Platform members, try to figure out what other events, social gathering is happening. You have to be in the room next time.
It was an awesome event, and I think it was really inspiring and insightful, as it always is. It was fantastic to hear the tips from Abraham on finances, and also KJK, dropped some really, really great nuggets that I think everyone can learn from. I think they really need to engage and register with this, because to get something like this that's free in this day and age is so hard. And now with the world changing, you need so many supporters, you need a network, you need people you can rely on, and I think this is that. This is a platform people can really connect with and learn, and also have helpers and supporters in whatever they want to do.
Wow, the event met my expectations, and I am excited about the participation of everyone, and particularly for the team. I want to say good job, guys. I am so proud of you, super proud of you guys. But I mean, this was a good one. Good event. Let's keep it up, guys.
In one word, I'd say it's eye-opening. I had a chance to rethink, reset, and now I just have to thrive and not survive. That's it.
Today's event has been it's been an eye-opener and very enlightening. So we've been able to understand why you have to reset and thrive, and also how to bridge the gap between coming from a place of reset to the place of thriving.
Today has been very, very impactful. I've learned so much, and how you say that you go for something, and I really, really appreciate the fact that I was here. If I had not been here, I wouldn't have forgiven myself. I've learned so much, and it's been so insightful, and I'm so grateful to everyone that organized this, KJK, the team. It's been amazing, and I look forward to being here next year as well, because I was here last year and it's good. This year again was much more better, and I know that next year will be better and better.
Enlightening. As the knowledge that he's given us today has helped me to wake up in terms of my mindset, be willing to not stay in the same position that you're in and be willing to reset. So the key word for me today is reset. Reset out of survival mode.
The event is impactful, and I learned a lot from this event.
Impactful? I think I have two words. Impactful and life-changing. I was able to understand that you should always be aware of where you are per time, per season in your life. That is about survival mode. you should know that you're not supposed to just remain in one place for too long. That's something I learned. And also to reset. When you get to a place, don't become too comfortable. Reset, start again, then move ahead. So that's one of the many things I learned today.
It has been such an enlightening event, and I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's a very good one. Our speaker
ID Kabasa is a legendary music producer, Olumide Ogunade, popularly known as ID Kabasa, a sage who oozes out practical, mind-shifting, ID Kabasa is a legendary music producer, Olumide Ogunade, popularly known as ID Kabasa, a sage who oozes out practical, mind-shifting, and thought-provoking wisdom. He is a beatmaker who brings his artistic value to both music production and business. He has not only produced hundreds of international hits, but also helped and worked with several global music brands we know today. One known to identify raw talents and build them into unimaginable brands. To mention but a few, Bongo Asso, Photocopy, Totori, that has over 12 million views, with Wizkid and Olamide, and his most recent release titled OK. A hard-working entrepreneur and one passionate about impact and transformation, ID Kabasa is a thought-provoking writer and one you can call an embodiment of creativity and innovation. The CEO of a name well known across the music industry globally, The Coded Tunes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a warm, Real Impact Summit welcome as we bring to the platform.
Please, can we give this our legend a standing ovation, please? ID Kabasa. Please, these are the OGs before IGs. If you know, you know. A round of applause. That is not much. I want you to keep clapping. Keep clapping, please, guys.
Can we kindly have our seats?
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Can we kindly have our seats, please? Good morning, everyone. I don't know where the OG came from. Probably from my surname. It's so good to be here, and I don't know, can you guys help me to really appreciate KJK for putting this together with the team that we have here in Manchester? So I think I should just go straight into why we are here, because KJK has done a lot of justice to some of the things that are in my head, and like you rightly said, fortunately I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm just a creative guy that I found out at some point in my life that I don't think the way everybody wants. I don't like following the crowd. If everybody is saying A, I want to know why it is A. And most times, over time, I've discovered that when what everybody see happening is most times what is going on is different. So I've been paying attention, and like the intro rightly said, I'm a musician, I'm a creative guy. I own a record label that over time we've been able to actually churn out some of the biggest artists within the Afrobeat, which is the big thing now within the Afrobeat music industry. And I can also say that I happen to be one of those guys that actually curated that sound that is everywhere now. And that is where I'm going to start from. Somebody sent me a video in 2006, which is this year is going to make it 20 years. Yeah, where I was actually at an interview, and they were asking me. Then we were calling what we were doing then Afro hip hop, and they were asking me questions around the fact that, Kabasa, you are creating. They call me Coded Tunes, by the way, because I don't want to do what everybody is doing. I want to see if there's something new in whatever we are doing. And they were asking me questions that, what have I noticed about? I think that was even one of the first interview that I would really have, that I would sit down with you, because I It was recently that I started talking. Before, I love just keeping to myself. Because sometimes, even within myself, I feel that I'm a mad person. So I don't want to start talking. People will be looking at me as, guy, you are going bonkers. So I love to keep to myself. Because I feel that whatever is going on in my head, to an average mind, might not make sense. And I don't want to start explaining myself. Because like Burna Boy said, we explain tire. I'm not always that kind of guy that wants to. So I remember 2006, and they were asking me about what Afrobeat was going to become. And I told, not Afrobeat then, they were calling it Afro. I said, this is not where we are going. That is a journey. That the name of whatever we are doing now is going to change. It was as if I was a prophet. Unfortunately, I'm not the one that collects tithes. So I was speaking into what was going to be. And I'm going to say that I was not speaking into what was going to be because I had, well, I can call it a spiritual encounter, but I won't say that I had what you call the drama, the drama I see, I prophesy. No. I was following the pattern. I was following what AI is following now, the algorithm. That this is what the music is going to become, this blah, blah, blah. And I was raising artists to what the music was going to be. Then, 20 years after, recently, I was at a summit, and it was actually the music week that we have in Lagos. And when they were going to introduce me, they brought the video up. And the person that actually organized it said, Kabasa, you are a prophet. And I was going to tell him, so you give me money for being a prophet. And in my head, I would have taken it in as, yes, truly you are a prophet. But I know what really happened in 2006. Vision, like we know it. KJK spoke a lot about the future. Vision, like we know it, most times we really don't understand. When you speak about vision, I'm very sure the very first interpretation you have is a mental picture of what? A future state. The problem is that future in it. Most of us see future as something that is going to come, but you don't know that the future starts from the decisions you start making now. Because the future is actually an accumulation, compound interest of whatever decision you are making now. And the choices you are making from now. Because we see it as something that is going to come, not paying attention to the fact that it has already come. You start to plan, and by the time you get to that place, you're already late. It's like raising, I have two teenagers in my house. And I thank God that I found out early that, look, I cannot raise these guys. That we have to raise ourselves. I'm being sincere with you because I was going to raise them with the operating system that I came with. And these guys, this was me that finished from the university in the 90s, that my roommates, Dimeji, that was studying computer science, never saw computer. It was only the drawing that he saw. That before I could see the first computer was the early 2000s. And these are kids that as you are giving birth to them, they are coming at 6 months. They are swiping your phone. They are swiping computers. And I want to raise them with the fact that, look, at this age, you should not be swiping computer. I found out early that if I try to raise these guys alone, without them raising me too, they are going to get late to their generation. I am coming from an analog generation where KJK showed us some of those, you remember cassettes and all of those things. And we were in Paris last year for family vacation, and I intentionally booked a house where they had a lot of antiques in it, all those old. We got into the place. My 9-year-old was asking me, Dad, what's this? I said, it's cassette. They call it, is that what is cassette? I said, that is what we used in playing music before. It was like, how? He was now asking me questions because I realized that then you must have a radio or a CD player, whatever. But Guys, do you realize nowadays we don't even have all of that again? Your cars don't come with cassette players again. They don't even come with CD players again. And imagine if I'm trying to raise them with the mindset that I was raised with. I grew up in Africa. One of the major resets back to factory setting that they give to us is called slap. You know, for your parents to reset you, my language, we have many names for it, 40, you know. And in my mind, I'm like, I am sure I cannot raise these guys the way I was raised, because the OS is always changing. The operating system is always changing. Guess what? The most powerful person most times is the one that knows what is going to happen in the future. Yeah. That is why you are in faith. Faith is not what you are saying. Faith is what you are hoping to see. And unfortunately, the future is not something that you predict. The future is something you work out intentionally to make happen, which was why I said it starts now. The decisions we start making from now. If you are looking at it as a wish, which is the difference between when you have a vision and when you are dreaming. When you are dreaming, you are sleeping. So it's blurry. It doesn't come with specific. In fact, you don't conquer your dream. Dreams happen to you because it's an unconscious thing. They happen to you. You are not in charge. But you see your vision. It has clear paths. It has all of those things. Having a vision is almost like knowing the end from the beginning. For some of you that have read Bible, you will understand when I say, when God said, let there be light, what happened that first time was God had a vision. Because he later created sun and the moon. So that light was not sun and the moon. That light was, let me be clear about what to do with this thing. And he saw a vision that, okay, which is why there's nothing we create now, there's nothing we see now that has not been seen that time. And you and I, we also have that same power to actually create, to have a vision that as you walk in it, you know what is going to be. Not only that, you can predict, don't let me use the word predict, you can determine what will be. It is when you live like a gambler, even gamblers are smarter. I'm a Chelsea fan. I'm sure nobody is going to put their money on my team now. We've played that many matches. We've not scored a goal. If I'm a gambler, I will not put my emotion into putting my money on Chelsea. I will have my calculations that we've not been scoring. So even if we are going to play against Wigan, I don't know where they are now. I'm scared that we might not score, so I will not put my money on them. But that is how, vision works. You can actually predict. You can tell what is going to happen. And I will go a bit into what KJK was saying too. So when we say vision as clarity, what you can see, where you are going, it gives you direction. And that doesn't mean that because you have a vision, that vision, you can picture everything out. That is where most of us miss it. If you have a vision that you can picture out and draw and see now, that vision has already expired. Because what you are drawing with, they are going to be the materials that you see now. And vision is supposed to be materials that you can't see. That is where faith comes in. Things that you cannot see, but you can feel, or let me say, you are certain that is going to happen. I'm sure you don't understand what I'm saying, but I will try to look for a way. Let me say my vision is to let me look for one very vague one. Is to get a Benz 2007. This is 2006. My vision is to get a Benz, let's say 2027 is what I'm trying to do. Do you know I can? No, don't let me say it. I want to get a Benz. I want to, in my mind, I just want a Benz that is the latest and all of that. And somebody now said, create the vision. And all I could, how many of us know vision board here? Yeah. And now, because I'm going to give you the example of what happened to my daughter, they told her to go and draw vision board. In 6 months, the vision board expired. So I'm driving somewhere that your vision should not be drawn or made from current realities that you have. So you have that vision that you want that Benz, and in your mind, you have to draw that vision. Do you know you will succeed in drawing Benz 2007, and by 2008, that has expired? It has expired. So your vision is not a destination. It's actually a journey that you curate. It is not those things that your vision is not success. It can't be success. Success is an experience you have along the journey. Yeah, successfully created this, onto the next one, onto the next one. But if your vision becomes, I want to achieve this particular thing that is measurable, the day you achieve it, you will lose fire, you will lose passion, you will lose a lot of things. So my daughter, she's 18 now in the university. One time, they went for a camp, and somebody spoke to them, said, draw a vision board, draw a vision board. She came home, she said, Dad, I know this woman, she speaks to you a lot. I know you talk to her a lot and all of that. That she said we should draw a vision board. But you have never seen your vision board. I said, my vision board, I can't picture it. She didn't understand what I was saying. I said, okay, go and do your own vision board. KGK in 6 months, Koinsola came back and said, I need another vision board. Because she achieved everything in less than 6 months. If it is clear to you, it's not a big vision. Because that means you have drawn a vision based on your current reality. In fact, one of the beautiful part of it is that the day, I think you said we should find ourselves, one of the findings that you will do is the day you realize that what you don't know is more than what you know. You have started finding yourself. The day you wake up and you realize that your ignorance is wider than whatever you know, that day you will be humble. To know that, because what you see compared to what you don't see, the gap is wide. You know, we were talking about AI the other time. Over time, those of you that I realized we were talking about stuff then. People are saying IT. Nobody's even saying music. Oh, God. None of you wants to be creative. But let me say this. One of the major sectors that AI is actually taking over. I have my friend, and he's my lawyer. We travel together a lot, Barrister Tokwe Salami. He's my lawyer. We do a lot of IP stuff. IP is intellectual property together. And recently I was telling him that, how are we going to handle AI? Because see, AI is collapsing time. What it takes me a day to do before, I do it in less than 5 minutes now. So AI came. I feed AI with an information, your prompts and all of those things, and AI comes with something beautiful and all of that. And everybody started shouting, AI is here to destroy the music industry. So no. If you were playing a song when I got in here, that song is AI. Even the soundtrack underneath, I know the sound of AI, by the way, because I know it's too perfect. And the human beings are not meant to be perfect, which is some of the things that is going to frustrate you with AI. But let's go on. So so when this stuff was coming in, I was not scared. And I know why I was not scared. I know when things come in first, the first way we embrace it is with fear. Is with that. Was it not that same voice that called Totori Totori? So, when AI was coming and people were scared, they were all fidgeting and all of that, guess what I was doing? I was looking at what was going to come after AI. That is how to look into the future. So let me say this. AI is smart. but you carry something that is smarter. AI is fed by what you carry. AI is algorithm. AI is artificial intelligence. You are a spirit. You have spiritual intelligence. Spiritual intelligence is what AI does not know. So if you are, whatever you are here, just believe you have a spirit. When you hear the word spirit, don't reduce it to a religion. In fact, religion does not help your spirituality to thrive. What religion tries to do is to cage it. Is to cage it with do's, don'ts, and all of those things. But what your spirituality is meant to do is to connect the dots. You know, I said my vision, most times I can't really connect the dots because I'm not the one that is putting the dots there. So let the one that put the dot there connect it. My own is to obey and just go and do at every point. So AI has artificial intelligence that is fed by algorithm. You have spiritual intelligence that is fed by something popularly called the anointing. Guess what? AI will always take from you. AI will always do what? Take from you. The newness that is going to come into the world, that future, is in you spiritually. Why I said is in you spiritually is, please, I beg, if I can prostrate, when I say spiritually, don't think about any religion. Don't think about religion. Because spirituality is not religion. Spirituality is what is yet to be known or understood. Science is known spirituality, which you call revelation. Spirituality is yet to be understood science, which is what we call mystery. If anything that is known, if you can ask AI a question and AI can answer you, it's no longer spiritual. Once it is in the open, it is known, it is revealed, it is no longer a secret. It is known. So if you are still seeing it from a mysterious place, from a spiritual place, you are the one that is having a problem. You are the one that is ignorant. My people die for lack of... It's not lack of knowledge, it's knowledge ignored. That is why it's called ignorance. Because the knowledge is available. But guess what? What lies in the other side, which is yet to be known, is there is no figure to compare it to what we know. I lost somebody in 1999, and I said if she had the opportunity to come back to this world now, she's going to see all of us as aliens. Because before she died, Nigeria, we were not using cell phone. We were not using the internet. We were not using all of that. Guess that some of the people that some of you read in your faith book, just imagine that you travel back and you show them the iPhone. And on the iPhone, they see you talking and they can see picture. Do you know what they will call it? Miracle. So anything that is known is no longer in the spirit realm. Realm that I'm mentioning is not, don't go and look for potters that will put inside the gutter. I'm saying is no longer, because spirituality is what inspires you inside. Inspiration is inner spirit unction. Something that you can sit down. A scientist is always, what is science searching for? Truth. What is spirituality searching for? Truth. So science is searching for spirituality. So but the idea around science, which I beg everybody to be a bit more scientific. When I say science, don't think physics, chemistry, biology, all of those things. No, think about being methodical. Is to be able to convert what you see into a pattern that will be understood and used by man. KJK was giving me an example while we were seated there that there is a technology that they use now that as a security personnel in the cyberspace, he can sit here, have an invisible, let me use the word earpiece, that he can hear everything anybody is saying around here, even when you speak different languages. Abi? Like somebody is speaking, let's say French, that thing starts to late, you understand, whatever they are saying to him. And I told him, I said, that thing was a miracle. I'm a Christian that we read inside Bible that has been brought into technology. They spoke in other tongues. Now, you can hear every day. Now, you don't have to wait for somebody to pray for you to see that miracle. It has been translated by understanding pattern. Some of the, especially for most of us from Africa, those things that you call spiritual problem are not spiritual problem. They are just patterns that you refuse to break. I came from a place in Nigeria. They call us Yoruba guys. They are Yoruba people, and there is this thing they call abiku. I don't know how to translate it in English. That time, you know, people, somebody will give birth, then they will die. Then you start seeing mystery. At the end of the day, they found out that that thing was SS. Sickle cell. Now, how did abiku disappear? Because they found the truth. But you are still living in oblivion of, look, I see. Ignorance, no. Extremity is condensed ignorance. And I'll explain. If you stay in a particular place to say, this is my position, and you don't care to know what is happening, in the other side, you are in trouble. You will be so proficient where you are. You will be so sincere, but you'll be sincerely wrong. Because what is, like I said, what you don't know is much more than what you know. There is a lot of knowledge that is going on here. I studied economics. I have a master's degree in it. Guess what? I found out that it's the basic economic theory that the cost of a thing is the alternative forgone. How come will you know the cost of a thing if you don't understand the alternative that have been forgone? How do you understand peace when you have never faced war? How do you understand what light is if you have never experienced darkness? So you are in light, you are light, but you don't really know what darkness feels like. It was the day you move to darkness that you will realize that that is where you actually find purpose, because you are light. You are supposed to light the darkness. So most of us fight battles that are not spiritual. That all you need is just the right knowledge. All you need, most of those that came from Africa now, some of the things we've been praying for in Africa, you don't pray for them again. You don't see cats again and think that they are witches. I remember one year, 2004, myself, my elder brother were in London. We went to see one of my friends in Dagenham. And I entered the guy's house. He had a black cat. Black, big cat. I was looking at the cat. I was looking at my friend. I was waiting for somebody to change. They just come like, zoom. Yeah, I am human. I know that. Then before you know what was happening, the cat came beside me. I was like, the guy saw what was happening to me, and he said, Kawasa, calm down. And I just cat. And I was like, there's no cat. It's black now and all of that. Because your mind has been warped. If there's anything that needs to change today to see what is going to be in the future, is your mind. If your mind does not fathom it, does not see that it's possible, you will still be operating in the old OS. And unfortunately, some of you have succeeded in some things. And that success has become your major distraction. You have succeeded so much, like Blockbuster, that because success is not meant to be something you treat as a destination. The way I treat success is the same way I treat failure. I just enjoy it and move on. But if you sit there, you will so enjoy it, you will so build everything around it, it will not die. But guess what it will do? It will fade. Powers don't really die, they fade. Famous people don't die, they fade. And by the time you fade, you become a Pharisee and a Sadducee. You now start explaining. Why the new guys that are on the block now doing it in a new way? You now start to become the FBI. You will see all the faults. Now say, no, that is not the way. They will introduce that. But what you are saying is in AI now. No, AI is not human. They will bring it to you, sir. You can humanize it. Me, all my phone is full of AI now. I don't even know whether I'm even AI that is talking. Then you hear, because what has happened is you refuse to evolve. If you don't evolve, you will not die, you will fade. There were powers in the world before the United States. At some point, Rome, the power was in Rome. Did Rome die? They faded. And when you fade, you don't quickly realize it all. The day you realize it, you will be full of regret. In fact, for most of us in this room, you don't really know what is going on until you become like 60. And you start to reminisce on some of the things that you have the capacity to do that you did not do. Then you now start to have either the joy of fulfillment or the pain of regret. When you now start to say, and I could afford that and I didn't do that. That was why I said the future is not something you look at. It's something that you who was I talking to yesterday? I said, okay. I was at one of my cousin's place yesterday here. And we were talking health. And she said, okay, from next week, I will stop eating this. I said, you will not stop. Because if you really want to stop, you will start now. Once you put a time to eat, which is what most of us are doing to the future, it will not happen. Because time itself is an illusion. The stuff you are made of came before time. The stuff we are made of came before time, which is why when I hear people talk about time management, can you manage what you cannot grow? Can we really manage time? I want to ask that question. Can we manage time? But do you know what we do? We can manage what we do part time. I can decide that within this time frame, this is what I'm. So that is like saying an exam. Is it the time that makes you to fail the exam, or what you are writing, or what you are doing? So time most times is not really the problem. It's when you now make time the priority that you are now start looking at time. Have you realized that every time you look at time, it's as if that it's almost as if time is going. But when you are not even paying attention to time, you are faster. Which is why I beg people, focus more on the decisions you are making. Focus more on the things that you are doing right now, rather than you just putting. Please let me know when my time is up. It's up. Okay. So you don't focus too much on what is not, what you are not supposed to. Because I love when people talk about purpose a lot. And over time, I've said this, that look, I don't look like my parent again. There was a time people will look at me and will say, Olumide, you look so much like your mom. Some people will look at you, you look so much. That age, probably you were 9, 10, thereabout. Right now, do you know what I look like? My decisions. You have become your decision. You don't look like your mom or your dad again. It's sad, but that's the reality. You are now looking more like the decisions you have made. And guess what? Especially for those of you that moved here, one of the decisions that if there's anything I want to take out of this room is to keep your vision alive. Keep your dreams too alive. The way the system has been set up, there's an illusion of you will never get beyond the threshold. And I'm saying this as somebody that comes to this country every 2 weeks. So you should ask me that, Kabasa, why are you not living in the UK? I can't, because what am I going to be doing here that is... Because, see, your ideas is meant to travel without visas. A lot of you live in the UK as residents, but you are not living in the UK as a human being. Because you only change location. Your mind refuses to change. The only people you move with are your black Nigerian people. You attend your Nigerian church. everything you do is still Nigerian. So you are living in Nigeria and the UK. You are not integrating yourself into the system. You will pursue COS till you will go back. I'm sorry. It might be a bit sensitive. But I'm saying a lot of you have thrown your dreams, your vision, you've thrown them away in pursuit. It's not bad to pursue those things, by the way, but you have left the very core. Just by the time you even get all of those things, you will lose that core, because you have been that thing would have been tired and all of those things. Because everybody has been speaking to you, just be hearing, ID, I need money to now pay for a new COS. They've cancelled that. And in my head, I'm like, if you go to Nigeria, the COS, I will change it to CSO because chief security officer. I got tired of hearing all of that. And for most of them, I know people that have moved that were expecting that once you get into that place, you are supposed to go into the industry. Is my lawyer, we come here a lot, we get into rooms. By the way, BMI, we go into rooms that once we get into those rooms, we are not talking to you as Nigerians. We are talking to you like, see, we operate everywhere. You are omnipotent too. You can be in many rooms at the same time. Is in many rooms, like he rightly said, at the same time. And we enter the room. I'm not speaking from a place of disadvantage. I'm speaking from a place of, I can see a vision of where I am going to. I saw this when we started Coded Tunes. People laughed when people started rapping in our native language, which is Yoruba. How many of you know Lord of Ajasa? There's somebody in this room. Where is AY? Where is AY? AY should be in this room. Okay, he's not here yet. The guy said he wanted to see me. So, Lord of Ajasa, we started rapping in Yoruba. People were laughing, doing all of those. We saw what is happening now. Then, so whatever you saw, even growing up, there are dreams that you had growing up that you could not afford them, but now you have the money to have, that you can afford to actually burst them. Start to burst them. I know that whatever this thing is set up is meant not to make you dream. You are not supposed to have ambition. You are not supposed to have all of those things. But emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can do what? Can free our mind. Another one I will leave you with. Also emancipate and free yourself from religion. It's not going to free you. It takes God to free you, but religion will not. And why I'm saying that is, let whatever, that's my time, right? Yes. So whatever that you have, hear me please, whatever that thing that you have, I said it earlier, I said you are also a spirit. Make sure, spirits are meant to connect, they are not meant to divide. Which is why I struggle with religion a lot. We divide, even as a Christian. We have many denominations. The day I have one revelation, I'll just go and start a church. Something that is meant to unite you is always dividing you. That is to say you are not following what that thing is saying. Here, I'm sure you are going to thrive. In this country, I'm not saying you are going to survive. I'm not saying you are going to. You will beyond survivor. I believe people in this room are going to thrive. You guys are going to know what AI does not know, because we are in a world of, is either you know how to use AI or you know what AI does not know. And people in this room, I believe you guys know what AI does not know. My wish, or let me say prayer, is that you will start dreaming new dreams, you start seeing new visions, that by the time you start birthing them, the world is going to look for you, whether you are here, whether you are in America, whether you are in Asia, wherever that you are. You will become a world citizen that people will look for because of the new dreams, because of the new visions that you've started birthing. And I pray God will help us.
Rounds of applause. Can we give him a standing ovation, please? Thank you. You deserve that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, you may be seated very quickly. So this is the main charge for us is that, like I said earlier, when you walk out of this room, you're walking out with questions, not with, oh, it was a good event. No, I don't want the feedback to be it was a good event. Okay? And that would come from you. Are we together? That will come from you. We'll take a break. Now, after this, it's just going to be for about 5 minutes, water break, bathroom break, and then there's going to be a chair at the front. It's going to be me and Kabasa just having an interactive session with all of you. Now, I curated some very deep questions, and it didn't just come from me. It was like I consulted, that we want to, have that conversation with him and just try to understand how he's been able to move from this level to that level. He's been able to network with the baby boomers, to the millennials, to the Gen Zs, you understand? And now to the Gen Alphas, you understand? So we want to understand some of these things and how we can as well begin to apply some of these principles. One of the aspects that is unique also that I want us to ask him is in the area of relationship, which I talked about, right? On how he's been able to build relationships. How are you able to bring, or how are you able to have conversations with the two fighters, two rivals in a room, and you make them become friends in that room, and then they go back to whatever they want to go back to after they leave the room? How are you able to bring how are you able to bring a Davido to the room with a Wizkid, and you have both of them have conversations, and they don't blow themselves, and they are laughing in the room? How are you able to bring two strange guys to collaborate in a music with you, and they've not even been talking to themselves for, those are the deep conversations we want to have. And we might be talking music, but the whole idea is how can you apply these principles to your own sphere of influence? Do you understand? How can you apply them? That's how I think. So I could be in a room with pharmacists, but I'm not taking note of the drugs. I'm seeing how the conversations can apply to what I do. Because at the end of the day, I always say this for many years, for those who have been listening to me, that every time you put your hand in your pocket to pay for something, you are paying for your ignorance. Your ability to be able to bridge that gap of taking out will save you not just money, but also give you a voice in the room. Every time you go to the barber shop, you are paying for an ignorance that either you cannot barb yourself or somebody in your network cannot barb you because you have a relationship with the person. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Every time you're paying for an ignorance. If you go to the pharmacy to buy medication, you are paying for the ignorance of you not being able to produce the medicine. So how can we reduce our payment of ignorance? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Once again, let's appreciate Kabasa for that wonderful time. So we'll take that break now. Water break, 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we'll be seated here and we'll begin to have that interactive session. If you have questions, I don't know if we have, what's that app again for questions? So we can, Slido, if we have Slido for questions. If not, would still, you can come up, take your questions. We actually even have more viewers, globally online if you, want people to see you talk and all of that. If you don't, that's fine. Just write it down and then pass it across. We'll ask those questions. But we're going to have very deep interactive sessions and also answer your questions. You don't want to keep it to the team. It can be on anything. He would answer. I'll try to answer as much as possible. Remember, we're not saying that what you're doing right now is not good. We're saying that what you're doing right now should be a process to the planet that you are meant to be. But then don't lose the mental picture of that planet while you are building or while you're doing this. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? All right, so let's take a short,
5 minutes, water break, bathroom break, through the back. There's stuff for you to snack on to eat at the back. And then on your way out, when we're done, we also have a package for you, you know, it to go. We call it to go where I come from. You guys call it takeaway? Is it to go to? Whatever you guys call it. Let's enjoy the short 5 minutes. Please, 5 minutes. You can please 5 minutes, and we're going to get started. Thank you so much. See you in a bit.
Oh, that's why.
Everything can go alright before, and then a lot of things change between.
Excuse me, please. Okay, I want to speak with your videographer, your person. Is it? Yes, please, if you can. I need this. Already, you're going to do right.
Just do your thing. Anna.
I've switched it now.
What's 10 seconds behind, so you want me to see?
Kilo request. Question.
Are you sure you switched it?
You can't believe that. It was this switch is still. It's switched.
Switch now, yeah?
Question and answer.
Sorry. Why is it off just now? The battery was still showing the sleep.
Honestly, I don't understand. And it's reflected. But let me quickly just stop this first. So I'm a phone. So
but this battery is but can you use mine?
Maybe you should use yours then. But let me check the stock. You should Apple Store. Maybe in NDI. The one that's not featuring you. Featuring you might take it.
Like you bring that music on that list. So it's really important.
Yeah, NDI and camera.
This one. This one or this one?
NDI.
Then this one.
Camera.
I'm coming. Do you have a square mic? Just one mic.
No, it's two. You just give us yeah. So maybe we won't have one for you.
For the person I want to ask a question, we need to give the person one. That one, them two won't be using our own at that time. Both of them can be sharing one.
Maybe I won't.
Both of them can be sharing one. Why we collect the one from MC to give anybody that wants to ask questions.
So this and yeah, the major thing. So Wi-Fi, you have to join Wi-Fi. This AC Hotels conference.
Finally, does that platform?
Password. Could there be password if you join?
It might not.
Maybe this guy can have the code or something. I was going to call you later, but I found you another way around.
Oh, did you see it?
No. Thank you. ṣe sí kìíní ìbára sound of the judge mi wá. Ọlọ́run ṣe wo lóyìnbó yìí ọ̀pọ̀ ìṣó ti gbá kámò fẹ́ máa clear kìíní ìbọn.
Ṣé wàá jẹ biskit kí ni máa fa ẹtì? Máa fa ẹtì support.
Ẹjọ́ rẹ̀.
Kí ni get water náà?
Eh?
Kí ni get
No, fine.
Okay, you sure? Oh, yeah, mommy. Then the mommy. Half of the shell is shell. How you doing now? Kí ló tún wá kiri báyìí?
Music kò jáde ni.
Kò jáde ní system.
Speaker ló tún jáde.
Ìgbà ò tún jáde.
Na ó dẹ̀ kó stop níbi náà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ò ti change the sound kìíní sí what's it called?
Funny part is on it right now.
We're built for
I was asking some of the team leaders. I wouldn't say team members because every one of you are all leaders in your own rights. Team leaders, just asking them, what do you think about Victor's leadership style? I mean, as a leadership coach, a leadership consultant, it's good to ask, just so we know what next to do. And I mean, I got really great responses about that. I'm like, he's not here, just tell me the truth so that, and, but I mean, I'm just overwhelmed. I'm flabbergasted about some of the things that was said, how you check up on them, how you not just give assignments and let them just fly, you still come back, how you doing, how, and all of that. Thank you. Please help me appreciate Victor, everybody. We've been together for a while, over 12 years now. Yeah, over 12 years. What am I saying, 12? No. It's over 12, many years now together. And his wife, she's here, Tiwi, at the back right there. Tiwi, thanks for coming. And then Amy is here too. Amy is right at the back. She's the one that welcomed you at the desk. Thank you, Amy. And Tammy, where's Tammy? Tammy is right. Oh, I know you're everywhere. That's why I was like, where's Tammy? Because she's everywhere, OZ. That's the man behind the camera. We tried to get a good, he was trying to get a good t-shirt size for himself yesterday. Apparently, he's even bigger than me, even though it looks like I'm bigger. I'm not just as tall as you are, but I guess when we mount on the scale, but thank you, to find out that we were just together some few weeks ago in Texas, and then he's back here a few days ago just to be a part of what we do here. Thank you, Ozzy. And the guys here. Timmy, thank you. Thank you. Good job. He's been consistent over the years, just being behind the screen, quiet, calm guy, but then they said he's just pretending, according to somebody. Thank you. And then I have Dio. Mr. Dio is right here, came to the train station to welcome us yesterday with the team. Thank you so much. I am honored. We do not take it for granted. And then, just driving and getting to see that family was calling, and he still had to sacrifice family to be on the wheels. I mean, a boss on his own right, to be on the wheels to just drive us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I missing anybody out? Tayo, Eyi Tayo. Tayo, Happiness Komolafe, she's right there at the back. Thank you for all that you do. We really do appreciate it. Thank you. And the lady in brown, and you, yes, you. Don't look back. Doing the content for us. Thank you. All right, just did that too. Do we still have anybody out there at the foyer? Please check if we still have anybody. Very quickly before we go into the next. Again, I want to say that we're trying to build a team here in Manchester. And if you live around Manchester, or you just think that we can have a summit like this in your city, just let us know. You can talk to Victor and then we can have conversations around that. But trying to build a team in Manchester, I believe that a team should be able to sit around a pizza box and be full, right? So we're not asking for a crowd. We just want you to be able to sit on a pizza board and be able to eat pizza box, right? So if you think that you feel connected to what we do, please feel free and let's have that conversation after this. I know we're going to be here again in 2027, and hopefully in the next few days, you should save the date for 2027, so that you can start preparing for it, and we can have a bigger audience. And it's not really about, the crowd. I believe in the room experience. This is like a room experience for me, and that goes a long way. Again, there's this, you want to download this book. Again, I want to emphasize it's really good. It's free. It's a daily devotional that I did. I think that was early last year, and
Like Kabasa was saying, this book has been downloaded in 86 countries. 86 countries around the world, including Pakistan. So you want to just scan it, put in your email, and download the book. If you don't want to get the other books, hard copy books that I have here, and we have the PDF version of this book. If you're a soft copy person, you can just scan it there and then just pay for it. These ones are not free. Embrace the future, unlock your relevance, the future of leadership. Great books, just so you know. And that's it, I guess. Again, please, we want you guys to build a team around Manchester. Feel free to talk to Victor about it. Let's welcome our beautiful MC again for a quick interview.
All right, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Okay, every time I go to an event, I always make sure I go with goodies. And this time around, this wonderful team are doing a good job. So they've got these goodies with me, and we're giving 2 female and 2 males. Normally, we would do games, but this time, we want to follow the leader. JKJ has been the one talking. We want to hear from you as well. So, KJK, sorry about that. Please, 2 female, if you are bold and you want to come to the front, say 1 or 2, give us ideas, speak about yourself. Can we have 2 female, please? Anyone? 2 female, 2 male. Put your hands together for her, please. Come, you're coming already. Clap now, you're not coming outside and you're not encouraging. Let's do that, please. Remaining 1 person.
It begins from here. We just talked about it a few minutes ago, that always speak in the room. Always. Don't be quiet. That's how to stand out. When they say, does anybody have anything to say before we end this meeting? Be that person that speaks out. Always have something to say in the room. Okay?
Thank you so much. Men, where are you? Do we have men in the house? Oh, all right. Thank you. Finally. Okay, we'll be starting from the men. So you introduce yourself. Tell us any ideas, anything you want to say for you to deserve this gift I'm holding. If not, the team will ask me not to give it out. So let's hear from you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Adeoti, and I won't be talking about myself. I'll be talking about my first experience with the Real platform. Yeah, so it's not in the UK. It was back in Abuja, room 808, if I can remember. Yeah. 805 restaurant. Thank you very much. It was very, very lovely, guys. Trust me. So my take home for that day was relationship is a currency. And I can remember KJK said a lot of stuff. And we had so many speakers as well. But one thing that stood with me on that day was about relationship. And trust me, KJK spoke to me after. I was about going for my NYC. So KJK told me, relationship is going to help you here. And trust me, that was how I started. Till I got here, that's how I've built my life on that trajectory, on relationship. I made sure I created that relationship with my bosses in Federal Inland Revenue at the time, and that helped me to this day. And that's what I'm going to talk about. It was a very, very heartfelt one. Thank you.
Okay, I want you all to vote. Are you voting for him to have one of our gifts? Yes or no? Yes or no? Thank you. 1 out of 4. Remaining 3. Let's go.
Okay, so I don't know what to say, but I'll just share my own idea. One of the things I was working on, I call it Christ Clinic. So Christ Clinic was an idea. So something about me is that some idea just drop in my mind. Most of the time I don't even think about it. So I've learned to don't overthink it. I think someone was saying something, the guy beside me was talking about over planning leads to paralysis, something like that. It has happened to me over many times that you plan so much that you end up not doing it. So one of the things I've learned over the years is that just do it. And I always put a tag to myself, what is the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is that you will fail. Now, knowing that that is the worst case scenario, that's like the baseline that can happen to you, then you know that nothing It's like when I was talking about death. The issue about it, sometimes we fear death because we talk about, okay, we have not achieved that much. But when you focus more on, like what Id Kabasa said, when you focus more on the vision, you focus more on where you are going, the truth about the matter is that death becomes something like, okay, everybody will die at the end of the day. So why not just make use of the time that I have here? So Christ Clinic is about just a clinic, not an hospital per se, that deals with Christians because, pardon me, I'm a pastor. So the idea I got was that I've learned over the time that the word of the Lord works. And as far as you understand the potency of that word, definitely it works. So what I do is that just share the scriptures. And then another thing I incorporated into the Christ Clinic is that share testimonies. Now, the testimony is a way whereby we pick the normal Bible testimonies and talk about it as if the person was giving actual testimony in the normal public. So that's just my idea, and I just started it, just posting online. I don't even care about the followers, but I'm just caring about that one person that will see it and it will impact his life. And at the end of the day, it get healed up. That's why Christ Clinic comes about.
Thank you. Is it getting our gifts? Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, 2 more to go.
Hello everyone, my name is Rejoice. This is actually my first time being in this summit. And a little about myself. One thing that I admire about myself growing up is that I write down a whole lot of things, a whole lot of crazy things that once you see it, you'll be like, what's she writing? And over time, most of the things that I have written, going back to the notes that I've written, what I'm seeing myself like in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, and sometimes some are actually fulfilled, and some of them is like, even in the next 100 years, I won't be there anymore. But it still did not stop me from writing. I just keep writing down. I just think about some crazy thing and just put it down. And that's one unique thing about myself. I think that's what she said we should share.
Are you sure she's going on with our gifts? Are you sure?
Salary, I had 17 pounds. And from that 17 pounds, I'll go to Woolwich Market. I'll buy okra, as a guy. And I will cook. I will portion in the freezer. Because I knew where I was going. I knew that this is not going to be the end. I had all these things written down that I'm doing now to the glory of God, but there was no avenue then. If I shared my vision then, you just think that this guy is mad with where you are, because I was doing cleaning, I was doing, anything that comes my way just to make ends meet, But now, all these visions, to the glory of God, most of those visions have been accomplished. And we are still not relenting, because as Kabasa said, success is not a destination. As we are, getting one, we need to plan for the next one. So I just want to encourage everyone that, things will get better.
Let's appreciate him for that. Thank you. Thank you. Like I said earlier too as well, that there are people who probably you're at a level of success. There's always more. Remember I said that to you guys? Can we say that to ourselves again? There's more to me. There's more to me. Like when you say that with mental pictures in your mind. Like, okay, you've released 5 albums. There's more to you. You've done some collaborations. There's more to you. You've written some books. There's more books to be written, right? I told myself every year I write 1 book every year now. So, I'll write more. I'm in my mid-40s now. So 10 years from now, I'll have 10 books, plus the other ones, what I'm trying to talk about, right? So right now I'm writing a book on relationship. So that will come out before December. You get it? All right. If you don't get it. All right, let's please put your hands together to welcome Id Kabasa. Come on now, guys, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so please, sir, thank you. So what we're going to do today, right now, is that we want to take questions. But before we take questions, and we don't want questions to give birth to questions because we don't have all the time to do that. She's going to be taking the mics around when the time comes, but not now. I just have a few questions that has been curated. for us to, so I can look into his face, for us to discuss, and then afterwards we'll throw it open so we all can ask questions. You can ask me too, okay? You know, you can ask him as well. Somebody say yes, please take it easy on me. All right. Again, we want to appreciate Ide Kabasa for being here today. And one of the major reasons why I want us to do that, beyond the fact that he could be anywhere else today, right, is the fact that yesterday was Ide Kabasa's wife's birthday. And he was en route to be here. Who does that? Right? And that's why I really do want to say thank you, sir. Can we put our hands together for Mrs. Siju Ogumade? Let's put our hands together for her. Come on now, guys. Let's celebrate her for releasing him to be here with us on her birthday. On her birthday. It wasn't that he's been in the UK. He actually flew from Nigeria here for us. Awesome. All right, so we'll just go straight. I have a few questions and then we'll get started. All right, so you've been able to transition from the music industry to the knowledge industry. Now, he didn't come here to sing, right? I'm sure one of the songs he released, they're going to play that. It's part of the playlist after now. He's released a lot of, songs. Some few years ago, he did one that, the video said 12 million. I checked, it's over 12 million now. Totally, like the lady said. He's not even checking it, but we do check it, right? It's hit over 16 million thereabout. The one he did with Wizkid and Olamide, right? And a few other ones. Which day did he release the OK that he did with Olamide and Anayonfe, right? That is already hitting some hundreds of thousands. And the recent one, Photocopy, the reimagined Photocopy thing, just a few days ago, is already now growing the charts. And he didn't come here with a keyboard, right? Because he's a wizard when it comes to that. But he didn't come, he came to talk to us. So how did you transition from the music industry, not transition because you're still in the music industry, to the knowledge industry? How were you able to build capacity? You understand, for this, and how have you managed staying relevant? This month alone that I know he has, aside from this, he has about 3 other events where he's not going to sing, he's going to speak. Then you go back again to the studios to do music. Come on now. Again, guys, please don't forget. Find a way to address responses to your sphere of influence. Don't forget that, like I said. So now we're talking music to knowledge. It could be education to finance. It could be IT to the medical field. So find a way to, you get what I'm trying to say, right? Good. All right, sir. Please, I think we might need to give him the other mic for now. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Can I be a bit vulnerable in the room? And when I say a bit vulnerable, you have to understand also that I'm a person of faith. There's no way I will answer some of these questions that I won't take you into what I believe in. If I don't take you into what I believe in, you will not get the depth of it. So you will pardon me, especially if you are not a Christian. So there is a lot that over the years, like I said when I was speaking, that I am very inquisitive. I pay attention to a lot of things that is going on around me. And over the years, I've heard stuff, especially being raised in Africa, that want to limit you to do only one thing. Master of, jack of all trade. That is not even the full thing. We just realized recently that people, when you try to do so many things, people want to shut you down, that you are doing too much. If I lay down my life story, you will be shocked that music is not the only thing that I've actually done. I was initially a medical student, not that was failing, no, that switched to study economics because I needed time to do some other stuff. That went briefly into banking. I worked in the bank here for a while, 2 banks in Nigeria. Probably I'm the reason why they even both folded up. I don't know. Because the first one was, I was in Makurdi working with Savannah Bank and they folded up. That helped me to come back to Lagos to focus on my music thing. Then I worked a bit with Oceanic Bank, went for my master's, made the decision to switch fully into music. Now, why I said you have to be a person of faith to understand this is, like KJK said, you are made for more. You don't get into the room with only one thing. If you get into the room with one thing, you cannot evolve. Because, see, I'm sure we'll get to that point that I'm going to talk about the law of diminishing returns. Whatever you are doing is not your purpose. Do you guys get me? Over the years, we've confused purpose for what we are doing. It is not what you are doing that is your purpose. Your purpose is the effect of what you are doing is having on people. Should I say it again so that you understand? If you think what you are doing is your effect of what the impact, let me use the word impact, of what you are doing is having on people, that is purpose. Which is why you cannot say I am a called footballer, that my purpose in life is to play football, my purpose in life is to play music. What happens to you when you get older that you can't play football again? Are you saying your purpose has ended? What happens to you when you stop? Yeah. So at the end of the day, I realized that this purpose that we are finding is not really lost. I just think we are looking for the wrong thing. I found my purpose, which I said you have to understand with me as a person of faith here, that my purpose is not some of the things that have been pointed to me over time. My purpose is to pleasure God. We sing it in songs. Anybody that is a Christian here, thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor. But for thou art created all things to pleasure you. Which is to say, everything that I do, if it pleasures man, man will say, praise God. So God receives the glory. So in anything my hands finds to do, as a purpose or as a means of purpose, I do it well. I started with music. I knew a time will come. I know the crown does not elapse forever. That at a time will come, that even as much as I try to do what they are doing, I might not be able to live up to whatever is happening. Even while I was doing music, I was building up. Knowledge is not something that you just start. You get by the way you start. And I don't think, reading is fantastic, but I think it's beyond reading. You know, I mentioned to you that beyond just what is already known, there are things that exist that are yet to be known, but they are so visible. But because we are not paying attention to. So over the years, I've been paying attention. So when I was going to calm down a bit on music, what I intend to do, KJK, by the way, was not, I don't like speaking. I don't like facing people. I just feel that, and thank God, I thought I was the only mad person in the room, but I can see some other mad people like myself when these guys were talking that they had ideas. So I was scared that I don't even want them to hear Pastor Femi, you know him. Yeah. Many times I will tell them, don't put me in the front. We have meetings, you know, I will speak in those meetings, and they will look, they will say, I did this thing, people need to hear, and I'll be like, no. I don't want that. Because I said it when I was speaking that if only you realize, if only you know how much you are, because what you are really ignorant about is who you are. What you don't know about yourself is more than the things you know about yourself. If I ask in this room that how many of us can fly a plane? How many of us? Nobody will raise his hand because you think or you don't know that you can fly a plane. What if I say, if you are taught to fly a plane, how many of us will fly a plane? Almost all of us will do. So it's just a function of knowledge. So over time, I've never put myself in a box that this is the only thing. If I tell you things that I'm doing at KJK, you will even look at me that, Kabasa, probably something is even wrong with you. I went back to school. He knows I'm supposed to be having a class now in Harvard Law School. The one they didn't send me. Yes, I've complained to him that all these ones that they are asking me for case that is not my business. I'm doing intellectual property and they are telling me something versus something. The only versus that I know is Chelsea versus this person. But this one now, you're asking me cases that... So that is how my mind works. Because I know whatever you know will expire at some point. And you will need to keep learning. So that part of me, I love learning and I love exploring. So I was able to do my music thing and just join it with whatever that I do now. And I enjoy doing both.
Wow. Whatever you know now will expire soon. That's deep. And then the difference between what you can do and what you cannot do yet is knowledge. That's all. Did you get that? Awesome. Just back to what you said earlier before we go into the next question. Now, questions could give birth to questions. So, I agree with you that you are a person of faith. Done, right? Yeah. But then, how do you sit in the room with global Afrobeat musicians?
People that smoke,
I'm trying to package it.
You know, like that was what I said with vulnerable.
People that
smoke, that weed, that do women, that drink. What else?
And when they are in your presence, these are multi-billionaires.
Yeah.
And then you literally see reverence. I've seen that. How do you, but you're a person of faith. Like, why, how?
So, faith, if you hear me, if you are not careful, you will think I am anti-faith. But I am not anti-faith. I am a nobody if you remove Bible from me. Let me even be more. If you remove Bible from what I know, everything that I know will not be relevant. The reason I'm in this room, why I'm coding all of those things, is I know we have other people of other faiths and all of that, and I respect every faith. That which is why I'm using the word faith, because my faith is beyond just being a Christian. It's that elevated consciousness, spiritual consciousness, which is what really being born again means. It has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with church. It has nothing to do with morals. It has nothing to... In fact, that part is answering that question. No, that it has nothing to do with morals. Because if it has something to do with morals, the person Jesus was talking to about being born again was actually a teacher of teachers, which means the guy knows Torah more than anybody. So if Jesus was going to talk to him, Jesus is not going to be talking to him about morals, that you have to change from all these morals. But he was saying something, which was what I caught. I get into the room with the likes of anybody you can mention that you know. I've been in the room with them. Sometimes you enter those rooms normal and you come out high. You come out, you know, at the end of the day, I carry in a spirit. They too, they take in spirit. Both of us could be high. But what highs me is the Holy Spirit. But for them, so this is the correction. It's not all of them. So if I tell you that some of the people that you know, that you believe, that do all of these things, that they don't even get to it, you will argue with me in this room. There is a generalization that comes. This week I tweeted about something that if you are a person of faith, that be careful with the lies that they are trying to tell you that place is not for you. Because you see, those that follow my story, you know, one of my major guys came out recently and was saying that he's an Isheshe person. I thank God I was not in that.
So I have to be stopping. You can go like this for 1 hour, you know. To build for what is next, one must be fully aware of what is, which you said earlier. How do you know, or what are the signs? What are the signs to look out for when what is about to expire, or what is about to lose relevance? I remember there was a time we invited you to come and speak in Abuja. It was with Rewari Pikin, Sheyi Law, and a few other people. Who said that? Oh, that's a while back. Awesome. So, and you talked about relevance. How, because you'll be shocked. You probably just see somebody in Maryland, like, you're just talking and then you say, Shawa, okay, Shawa, okay. How do you get people to just, you know, get used to your songs like quickly? But then what's the signs that you look out for when things are moving to the next phase? Because I could be in a field now and that's not what is in vogue anymore and I just want to stay there. What are the signs? One or two.
Okay, when you sent me this question, I actually had to sit down and think. I think the very first one is the law of diminishing returns. We know, we all did economics, Abi. Law of diminishing returns. When something gets to its peak, something that used to give you joy, you started losing stuff. Then small issues that you normally we have around some of these things, they started becoming big. Then you started feeling frustrated about a particular thing, the way you've been doing it in your mind.
So more like red flags in a relationship. Let's say a relationship, for example, there are red flags and you just keep ignoring them.
In fact, it's not red flag, it's rainbow. It's not coming in every way.
Oh, wow.
That law of diminishing return, then you start having more. It used to give you joy, but now you're having more pain from it. You should know that it's time, not, I won't tell you to quit, but a time to reevaluate.
Okay.
Because, you know, I said something about vision the other time, that Benz 2007. You will get to 2007, you will shine. People will see, 2007, you will shine with Benz 2027. Then in 2028, it will start losing. You know, I said it won't die, it will fade. It will start losing relevance if you don't know how to jump from that car and move to the next one. Which is why, I'm sorry again, I love this scripture that says, by the renewing of your mind. You cannot grow if your mind is not renewed. In fact, the term being born again means renewing your mind, which is that part of saying you update the iOS of your phone every time, but you really upgrade or update the iOS of your mind. Anything you create that you birth, you are birthing it with its expiry time. Even when they give birth to you, your expiry date starts to count. Anything you create, excellence, has expiry date. Because once you create it, the expiry date has started reading. You are supposed to quickly get to what is the next one.
What's the next thing?
All of those things. So that is, I think, let me just stop on that law of diminishing return.
Yeah.
That really helps. Then the part of how do I know what is catchy, trendy? Number one, know that trend does not last. But to stay relevant, you need to be trendy. Trend does not last. Don't build for trend. But make whatever you are building also trendy as you go along the line. Let me mention a few things as a musician. Simplicity. Simplicity does not mean mediocre. It means depth. Because depth is not how complex a thing is. Depth is the ability to explain something that is supposed to be very complex in a simple way. That is what depth means. It doesn't make sense if I speak like Obi Agbono, I speak some big English, and everybody is shouting, deep, but you don't understand. That's not depth. That's confusion. But depth is my ability to explain what is supposed to confuse you to you. Do you know the first thing you say? Oh, I see. Oh, that is it. That is depth. You need that. Then you need familiarity. Familiarity in this context is not familiarity that you have to create borders for. You need something that people are familiar with. Don't create from your experience alone. Create from fact. How many people in this room did economics? Even in secondary school. We know the factors of production. What are they? Land, capital, let's call those ones input. After those ones, what do we have? Process, right? Then the next one, we have the output, product. Then what's the last person? The consumer that is going to take it. Where do you start your production from? Remember, input, process, output, consumer. Where do you start your production from?
Input.
From the
Input, yeah.
Input.
Yeah.
That is what they taught you in elementary economics.
Yeah.
But your real production starts from the consumer.
Consumers, yeah.
Because the consumer is meant to create the demand. So that you will not, pardon my English, you will not be having a mental masturbation that you are the only one enjoying what you are doing. Some of us do that. That you feel that you know what people want without you asking them. There's a line, a feedback line that you are supposed to have. You just keep creating. If you are creative people, we are delulu, like Gen Z normally say, we are delusional. That you'll be creating something and you'll be saying, why are they not liking what I'm creating? Because you are creating what they are not asking for. So what you are supposed to do to be able to create stuff that will keep you relevant, trendy and all of that is, I know what I want to give you that is supposed to last long, but let me look for what you are looking for. I get the feedback, bring it into production. Okay, I want to serve them let's say a product. Let me So I learn more from all of those things more than when I'm just succeeding and all of that. So over time, nobody in this room is a failure, by the way. God did not create any failure. God did not create any failure. So over time, what I always do is when something fails, KJK said it, but he said it in another way. What you have done is you have paid school fees to learn a new lesson. Every time something did not work, what you should see it as, instead of bickering over it or crying, see it as a learning curve. Most times when I don't get some things right, rather, I see it as I have paid school fees. The time that I spend on it, I have paid school fees not to do it like this again or to do it in a better way. So my advice, sincerely, you did not fail. You are just learning.
Okay.
I had my losses. Let me even say some of them here. It will help you. Let me give you one. Can we still go on flying? This thing should not meant to be. And please, don't go and tweet. 1 billion then would be like almost, let's say, like 10 billion now. He had all the money. We were flying private jets to many countries. We were lounging. Me too, I enjoyed it that time. I do. So he lost those monies. The bank got him, jailed him, and we were able to get him out. So I was like you rightly said, let's start again. I need you to start again. I brought him into my team. Help me to manage this, my boy. You are brilliant. You know numbers. Both of us worked in the bank. You know numbers. Come and join me to do this thing. I paid for his ticket, brought him to the UK with that, my artist. Guess what? While I was busy working about trying to raise money to improve the production gadget that we have in Nigeria, this guy was convincing my artist to leave. By the time we got back to Nigeria, when I thought, okay, it is time to now really launch and make money, the guy left. But with the help of that, my friend, because that was the most painful one to me. I stayed in the room, I cried. That, how am I going to pay my rent? Let me even be a bit more open to you. I was ejected from the house. I took all of my stuff back to my studio. Luckily, my parents have a house in Lagos. Wow. I moved to my family. And every night I would be crying that, Kabasa, how did you end up like this? Blah, 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 blah. But guess what? I picked myself up. One night was just like, you are not broke. Whatever has created this guy is in you, can create more. That was where it started from. And I just picked myself up. Luckily for me, like 2-3 months after the incident, the truth of what the lie the guy was telling to my artist, what he was selling to my artist, the lie was exposed to the artist. The artist came back crying, begging me that this was a lie they sold to him, blah, blah, blah. It was not failing, no, but the guy, God was just wanted to. By the time he came back, I was already picking up stuff. Am I the Kabasa? I can get into any room and I'm not broke.
Did you guys get that? Like, I am ID Kabasa.
I am not broke.
You can say that to yourself too.
See, I am not broke. I can get into any room.
Come on
and
now.
You ask me any question and I have what to tell you. And
wow.
As a musician, I believe I could create stuff. So I started doing my stuff. By the time he came back and he was crying, he said, bros, I didn't know. The two of us are close again. In fact, right now it will be very hard for any human being to come between us. Why? Because when he came back, he did not meet. They told him that some things has happened, though. He said when they were telling him those things, he was feeling guilty. That he was sure that it was the guilt that was going on his mind that made the guy that exposed the other guy.
Why did you accept him back? Is there a lesson we can learn from there?
So anything that has made you cry,
people can...
Anything. Okay. KJK, I've heard that once you forgive, don't give access.
Mm-hmm.
I don't follow good advice. I don't follow. Listen, this will be very hard for some of us. I don't follow good advice. I don't follow the right advice. I follow the God advice. There is a way that seems right to man, but the end is destruction. I was angry, I was livid, but I could sense it in my heart that this thing was supposed to happen for you to know that you can be in this place. Guess what? I allowed the same guy back. We became closer. And that is to tell you that what has made you cry can make you smile. It's just a function of perspective. This same person that I'm speaking about now, KJK, we've shared, so that they won't this is UK, they won't kidnap me. The kind of deals that we've done, that as in monies that we've made together.
Wow.
Some people would have been guessing who the person is. It's crazy. That sometimes I would just be like, so if I had let this guy go now, I wouldn't have made this. The first big dollar in terms of running to several hundreds, thousands of dollars that got into my account was from something we did together. Just imagine that I followed I'm not saying that you give everybody access, which is the reason why I will still go back to it. You might not be a person of faith today. Make this decision to be a person of faith. And I'm not saying you should go and practice religion,
be a person of faith with your God. Make sure you are hearing God. KJK, I was angry. When God was hovering over whatever that you called it, all those elements to create were there. All that needed to happen was, I need to know what to create with all of these elements. And he said, let there be light. And there was clarity that, okay, I will make water, I will make this. Then he started calling them forth. And when he created you and I, he gave us his image, the vision. He gave us his spirit, the secret to create those things. And what has been happening was he rested because what he has done is he has recreated himself. He has recreated himself. I'm a Yoruba guy. Yoruba people, the language actually explains it better. Yoruba people called human being, they call you Aye. Aye is a personality. Ye is birth. That is, I'm created to birth. You understand what I'm saying? So if I stay glued to just trend, to build my vision based on what is trending, once the trend expires, my vision is done. But if I stay as Aye to know that I will build now, this one will expire, next I am building, you will discover that your vision board is like that dots that you just keep connecting. Your vision will be your purpose. Look, I have to satisfy this person that has brought me here. You understand? So whatever you find yourself doing, do you know how many things that you are doing now that if they tell you 10 years ago that you will be doing, it was never part of your vision board? How many of us that have stayed here in this country for less than 5 years would believe that you will be here now doing this? In your vision board when you were in Nigeria, what was in your head was, let me just finish university, get work, and start working. You wrote it when KJK spoke. Which year was it 2019 that I came first to Abuja? You wrote it, and by this time, can you come? But now, also, has transported you from, I'm going to be in CBN. God forgive me. You are doing care. But see, I'm not saying that, see guys, look, you will discover that there is something that is pushing you. There is still that picture inside you that once you are even making money, KJK, I've known KJK for a while now, since 2017. Let me tell you guys what this man does. He uses his money that could have been used to, there is life in America. Their city is my city in America. I know the kind of life that we can chop. It will still, because it's driven by, you will call it passion, but it's driven by a vision. That it's not that he's seeing it clearly, you understand, but he knows that this thing can become bigger. So your vision is bigger. Your vision is going to be the latest. Your vision is not in the past, that is going to be vision 2020. That vision 27, we didn't get caught. Hope I was able to answer you, sir.
All right, the next question, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So my question is a bit personal, and it goes to any of you too. You mentioned about finding yourself, and for me, it's quite dicey. I'm in the nursing field, and one thing about me is I enjoy cooking, and I also enjoy baking pastries. And I do these things for free. Sometimes I call a few of my friends if, of course, they have, some things to eat. So these are the things I enjoy doing in my spare time. And I literally thought about, having a restaurant and, doing something because, I derive pleasure in doing these things. But the thing is, I'm not a business person. And, of course, I've gone to so many conferences where people talk about, whatever it is you're earning cannot get you to where you want to be in terms of your financial level. And for me, I really don't know how to put this together in terms of, creating something for myself or in terms of creating a legacy in becoming a better person.
You are a nurse, right?
Yeah.
Trust me, you are a business person. We just did business now. This is a transaction. Do you understand? No, please kindly have your seat. This is a transaction. I've been where you are. Which is why most times I move around with this pardon my joke, my lawyer. See, we've all been there, KJK. If KJK is going to ask me a question, and I think I should answer it now, that if I'm going to tell my 20-something-year-old self something, is to understand the borderline between passion and living. I was so passionate about music that I thought I was not a business person. And unfortunately, I have a master degree in economics, and I'm saying I'm not a business person. Is that not foolishness? They taught me business throughout in school. I know how to do business when I need to survive. But when it comes to, I now start to look at, because we self-impersonate. When we think, because he's called a marketer or a business person, the only thing I see about doing business is how he's doing it. And I don't know that I can also do what he's doing. I asked the question, who here can fly a plane? Everybody did like this. But when I said, if you were taught to fly a plane, will you be able to? This business idea that you are mentioning now, you live in the UK. I can tell you that I can start I like cooking too, by the way. I cook in my house, they will tell you. So I can start a business as simple as, okay, thank God KJK is there. You know those kitchens we go to in Maryland? What are they like? People's house. Their sitting room. What do we do there? They will make proper abula and all of those things for you. They were using their sitting room. From their sitting rooms, it has become something. See, people don't copyright ideas. You can't patent, you can't copyright ideas, let me put it like that. The only thing you can copyright is what has been created. So you cannot keep making all of these things a dream or just an idea. It has to happen with proper work into it. The work might not be much starting from now. Sis, you have a community. This is also for anything that you find yourself doing. KJK keeps shouting relationship, but it seems you are not listening. Even the music industry now is driven by community. If you have a community of friends, I think I was speaking to you when you finished that some people are looking at what you are doing, that you should not give up. If you have a community of, let me use this room, 20 people that know what you are doing, do you know if you plan to make £100 from these 20 people in a month, how much is that? Eh? How much is that? My math is not good. £20, that's £2,000, right? Online, if you have a followership, let's use the quarter room of 4,000 people following you, and you have 1,000 that are ready to buy every book KJK is selling. If KJK know how to handle his community, if you have 4,000 followers and you have 1,000 that will buy whatever you are selling, KJK, do you know what will happen to you? You are selling, let's say, how much are you selling today monthly? Let's say £10 monthly. That's how much is extra income by the side. And before you know it, that 1,000, as far as you are saving them, we start growing. We start growing. Can I show you a quadrant that we use in marketing? Yeah. That quadrant will help. It's music quadrant, but it will help everybody. Divide this thing to 4. Let's say we put a line here, another line here. Let's say this place, you have people that love what you are doing, but they can't afford it. This particular square has people that don't like what you are doing and they can't afford it. Then here, you have people that like what you are doing and they can afford it. Then here, you have people that don't like what you are doing, but they can afford it. You see, these ones, remember, who are the people here? They like what you are doing, but they can't. They are family and friends. You love them, but don't pay too much attention. Love them. Don't get angry with them. Just keep praying for them that they can afford it. You see the ones that are here, that doesn't like it, that can't afford it, don't give them one response like this. They are haters. They are trolls online. Don't pay attention to them when they tweet at you or when they tell you what you are doing is bad, because they can't even afford it. So how did they know that it's bad? Something they've not tested. Don't pay attention to them. But you see these ones, KJK, for anybody that is doing anything in this room, that you are giving content, the ones that love you, that can afford you, they are no longer your fans. Do you know what they are? They are your disciples. Don't call them customers. They are your disciples. They will follow you, even like they follow Jesus till death. And after you die, they will still follow you. These people, you should make sure you are getting feedbacks from. You are serving them. You have what you are doing to serve them. You will now see these ones that can afford you but don't like you. They are friends with the guys that are here. You have to look for a way to make these guys, to encourage these guys to come here. When you are able to feel here, even from your friends and family, once they can afford you, automatically they come here. So in your head, as somebody that has an idea, I think, because what I'm hearing more is like, I have an idea, I think it will sell. Just start building something here. These ones, love them, or encourage them that when you can, as my friend, don't always come and do free testing. Once you can afford me, start paying. If you are able to build this place up, you won't know when this thing will scale up and become a full-blown business.
Let me quickly chip in here before your question. Let me quickly chip in this, right? What you need, right, it's going to be some kind of guidance, some kind of coaching, which I would provide. Okay? For 2 months. And you should be good to go. Now, the first step you want to take practically from this room now, because I want everybody, like I said, action item. What you want to do now, everybody who has ate your food for free, reach out to them, okay? And tell them that for eating my food for free, I need your review with permission to use your name. Okay? Today, like before you sleep this night, reach out to all of them. Get the review and then start talking about it. Put those reviews wherever you want to put it. On your status, you understand? On your status, because they've tested your food. Do you understand? Put it there. And let's start from that. And then somebody would probably say that, what's that? With pictures of your meals. Right? Let's start from there. And I mean, she stood up and said it's personal. So she wanted personal and she got it personal. All right, let's start from there and then we take it up. Okay? So in 3 months, you would have something going, a name registered, and you're going to push it out there. Okay? All right. Question. And then that's the last question, so we can move to, oh, you have, okay. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ayobami. And I came all the way from Bishop Auckland.
From where?
Bishop Auckland, 4 hours to this place.
Wow.
So I'm going to say my question is a bit personal too. For a carer, I came in as a COS on COS visa, and I love doing hair.
Okay.
I enjoy doing hair.
Oh, nice.
Hair is myself. I'm hair.
You are hair.
Yes. So when I came in, I started from Manchester, and I got discouraged by someone.
Okay.
So I'm just saying this so that you'll be able to answer my question. Yeah. So I got discouraged by someone saying that I can't have a business, and if I want to have a business, I need £100,000 in my account. Yeah. So apparently, to fast forward, I have a business now in the UK, and I'm not even up to 3 years. I have Afro Hair Empire Limited registered in the UK. And I'm transitioning to be a trichologist because I've met with a lot of women suffering from alopecia, suffering from hair loss, scalp issues and all that. And they need a GP referrer to get to the dermatologist. And for trichologists, you can just go to a trichologist without GP because we all know how to get a GP referral here, how difficult it is. So you can just go to a trichologist and all that. So now I am expanding my business from just a studio to a beauty salon, to a beauty parlor, to a big one. And I have a bit of fear in me. My question goes this way. How do you overcome the fear of failure when transitioning?
I like fear question. See, how do you treat fear? Fear is data. Nobody does it without fear. Do you know the funny thing? When she started her story, I remember the story you were sharing with us just now, that when you got in, you were you had your issues before somebody mentioned to you that you could go to the army to join. Both of us, we know one of our friends in the US too, that he has to go to the army. I was hearing that when he was talking. See, Nobody does it without fear. If it is not making you scared, it's not big. Even there are, sometimes when they see some certain things, first thing you hear is fear not. Because it is major. Fear is data. Fear is data telling you that there is impending danger. Fear is, some people will say it's false enemy appearing real. It's not an enemy. It is like an emotion. It's telling you there is danger. It's just informing you. It doesn't say you should stop. Let me tell you where we have problem with fear. Is when we start to listen to the no and the nays. It makes us to start to have doubt. For me, fear is not the opposite of faith. Rather, doubt is the opposite of faith. Because doubt is what will not make you go to faith. For everybody that I know that have used faith, they first have fear. But what they respond with is faith. And how do you build faith? You build faith by looking at CVs. CVs. More like, it has happened before. When I got here, I was doing care. Then I felt that I should do the hair thing. I started doing it. It worked. And if it worked then, he has done it before, he will do it again. It can work again. Use data. The data is telling you that there is impending danger. You to use the fake data to say it has worked before. It will work again. I left banking to do music. It was scary. Now we make millions of dollars. Then, you are rehearsing OSA. If you choose to do music, you are rehearsing OSA. This is, I don't want to say too much of my story. I'm the guy that my parents were from when I was in secondary school. I was the brilliant child that my parents were looking to, that this guy is going to become a doctor, a professor, blah, blah, blah. And as they are seeing professor, I am seeing, do you understand what I'm saying? And every time I was going to drop banking for music, I was scared like hell. Constant salary every month, that is sure. You want to put it into vibes on vibes and inshallah. It's funny now. And I'm not saying that it's everybody that did what I did that succeeded though. But there was fear. And most times fear is based on the unknown. I'm still going back to what I said, that you have to activate faith. Fear is unknown. There is also knowledge from the unknown that I can shift to. That's what I do. You do it. People will say you don't tell them to do it scared. I do it scared. Sometimes, KJK said something, probably you guys were not listening. He said he was twisting a particular scripture. He didn't want to say it the way it is. That scripture is that I perish. He said if I die, I die. He will just do it. It has happened to me severally. You know, thank God you're close to me. You know the last Unfinished Business album that we dropped. I dropped it scared. That Gen Z people don't listen to music. They compare music. They don't want to enjoy art. They want to compare it. I'm coming from a generation that you enjoy it. You get into it. And I was coming to at some point I said, well, if they like it, bam. If they don't like it, and if it is my generation, the millennial and all of that, that is going to feel what I'm doing, let them feel it. I did it scared, but guess what? It worked. See, if it is not scaring you, it's not big. Most of us, like we were saying one time with my friend, that we're at a particular burial, and then my friend was saying, God, if only this my friend could just wake up. I said, if he wakes up, he will run. I'm being sincere, because it is going to be scary. There are miracles will scare you, KJK. Some things, why do you think we cry when some things that we didn't even plan for just happen? You just start crying like, you will know it's not you. See, because it's personal to her, and I think I know a bit about this. Me, on your behalf, I have faith that it will work. Guys, see, Idealists don't rule the world. Doers. As in, you have to do. 3 years ago, they gave us word in the church. I was not flowing with the word. I gave myself word. The year of my do. Guess what? Anything, I'll just say, let's do it. Let's do it. We failed in many stuff, KJK, but guess what? The few ones that we succeeded in trump all the failures that we had. Playing the long game, by the way. Understand infinite games. Playing the long game. You cannot be playing to win alone. When you play to win, you'll be easily exhausted because you'll be fighting battles that you are not supposed to fight, and you'll be losing the war. From where KJ is coming now, they are fighting Iran. They will win all the battles, but they will eventually lose the war because they would have lost so much. To play the long game is to know that, look, whether it works or not, my heart is saying I should do it. Let me just do it. Sometimes some people will come, they will tell you, are you sure? People that advise you most times not to do it, they are people that never does anything. Me online, once you start to yab anything that I'm doing, I will tell you that I will have a conversation with you any day. Anybody from your family can do 1% of what I have done. If that's how it works, so KJK, for all my internet trolls, once you start to say, what is this segment doing? Go and one member. I will tell you that, hey, I will go and one member. If anybody from your family can do 1%, it will just shut them down. Because most of the voices telling you, don't, they want to do it, but they want to first see you do it. See, it is impossible until somebody does it. So you can't, this is not to all, this is to all of us. We have fears. I'm sure most of us want to step into some waters now that we are scared. But like I said, treat fear as what? Data. See it as information. Respond with faith in your heart. Prove CV forward that I've done it before. I will do it again.
All right, we'll take the last question very quickly, please, so we can wrap this up. Oh, Michael. No, we don't want questions to give birth to questions, please. So, Michael, go ahead, so we can wrap this up.
Thank you very much. From everything we've been learning and hearing is that the future is a function of the decision we make today. So is there a thought process? Is there a pattern that we can make repeated, good, informed decision? Is there like a guideline that we can always make good decision every time? Because I've seen, you've told us about failure, you've told us how you learn from it, but is there a guideline that we can have?
Disclaimer, don't follow my pattern. Let me tell you, my pattern is me. I test a lot of things. I experiment a lot. That's my pattern. But like I said, I don't know. Are you a person of faith? Please, bro. Make the God decision. Leave whether it's good or bad. I've succeeded in very rubbish stuff. I've pushed an artist that is destroying people's life. That we succeeded and I had regrets. I had crazy regret that why should I even be involved in this particular person. I have one of my artists now pushed a particular artist that the artist has succeeded. Some of you know the person in this room. The guy is a nuisance now. My artist that pushed him, said, Kawasa, I regret ever. But the person succeed. So your decisions is not a function of success. It's a function of achieving purpose. That does it impact life? So ask for the consequence. This thing that KJK and I are going to do, what we have done here today, have we impacted lives? Yes. So did I make a good decision to come from Lagos down here? I risked a lot. Trust me. Yes. Am I living here with $10 billion in my account? No. But I'm living here fulfilled. So don't pursue money. Seek ye first the kingdom. Then.
Yeah, so that's we're going to be wrapping it up here. See, decisions, like I have mentored a prostitute to greatness. Is it a good decision or a bad decision? So, good or bad. That's why I'm sure you've all seen this 6. Somebody writes a 6 here and a 9. It depends on where you are facing. It's amoral. Well, let's not go there. All right. I hope we had a good time today. Are you sure you did have a good time? All right. So as we go into that question, let's ask after. We can just be here. We just. Thank you so much for your time. Let's wrap it up quick. Let's put our hands together for the MC as we come to an end. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for KJK and Heidi Kabasa, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this year's summit, and I'm very proud that you guys are here today. Thank you very much for coming. Yes, I want to apologize for people that were not able to make it today, because we understood that there was a mix-up with the address. We've got 2 similar hotels, and if you put it on your Google, it's going to take you directly to the first one. So we try as much as possible to redirect people to send mails and text messages. And please, if you've received our mails back to back, please can you just let us know you received mails from us, from the Ray platform. Oh, not too many of us. All right, we'll work better on that. And please, if you have any complaints, let us know. And whatever you've taken away from here, please, this is just the beginning. Community is very important, and that's what we do here. This is our 4th program, and this is our first in Manchester. Please, Manchester, please put your hands together for yourself. It's not about the numbers, it's about the impact. And somebody asked us, I don't know who asked us that, with all the investments you've put in here to make this program a success, bringing ID. I have a question for ID. Please, what's the meaning of that ID Kabasa? Because that name kept ringing in my head anytime I hear nice. That first, line. ID. That. Please, you will tell us the meaning today, sir. So, by the way, please, I want to ask, I have limited time here. I want to ask us a sincere question. If you are to pay for this summit, how much would you have paid? To be sincere. Just a rhetorical question. I believe it's worth your time. It's valuable, right? And how do you think would it have been if we can come together as a community also? We've got our team working together here, friends, and we are doing remarkable things. We've got CEOs. When Heidi was speaking, I saw when he was mentioning CEOs. What kept coming to my head is CEOs. Don't let us limit ourselves. We have in our community today people doing well, self-sponsoring themselves just by simple information. Today we have this guy, our media guys here. We self-taught ourselves, and we have project coordinators in our team. Right from the scratch, we built it together. So don't think, when I first came here, I was just like, when I joined the Ray platform years ago, I was a backseater. I don't like to be in the public. I don't like speaking. But today, I never planned it. It wasn't in my vision board. But I am fulfilling my purpose today because you are here today. So if you want to be part of this team, it's free. It's free. Join us. Let's build a formidable community together. We call ourselves Tribe. So if you feel connected, put your name there. Let's talk to you. Okay, you can join us. You can just scan the barcode. We'll reach out to you. Then we'll form. And this is just the beginning. We run programs. We run webinars. We invite guests all across. Miss Chioma has joined us before about mortgage, about issue, and people were so, blessed with that. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for making our time to be here today. Please write comments on our social media pages. Please, if you've gotten something, I know you've all gotten something, let's write it out. Let's push it out to people. Let them see what you've gained. Share your thoughts with people. And thank you very much again, everyone. And God bless us all. Thank you.
We're rounding up, so people still want to ask questions.
You want to ask? Oh. Hello? Okay. All right. The question I wanted to ask is simply about relationships. So sometimes you have a dream, you want to do something, and like you said, you doing it yourself alone would exhaust you, and you need people who might see your vision, or you need to work with people to get what you want. So for me, I basically want to build real estate. Basically, that's what I want to do. I want to build skyscrapers. Like if you go around Salford, you see them 50-story building. I want to do that. And I shared that with a friend, and he was like, "You are dreaming too much." So I just kept quiet about that conversation because I was like, this is the wrong person to speak to about this. So I want to know for you, and you've been working with several artists, and you've done like shows, tours. How are you able to foster a relationship with people to facilitate that and see the dream which you want and make sure they basically work together to achieve what you want?
So I think first and foremost, let's understand that it's not about the numbers of people that you have around you, but the quality of, there are some relationships that you have to be very intentional about. I think somebody spoke about it, either KJK or one of the people that spoke, that if you want to, like you are a builder, sincerely, you might need to be in a community of business builders to see people that can see the way you see. At the end of the day, whatever vision that we are talking about is a matter of how you see. For me now, as a music person, relationship is actually the life wire of what we do. If you want to go alone, you can succeed, but you cannot be great at it. If you want to be great at it, you have to go with people. There's this illustration that I normally use, that if you want to have control, you will have control, but it's going to be small. But if you want to really grow, you need to let go. And letting go means you have to get people, quality. There are rooms that I can enter in anywhere in the world that is not because I'm ID Kabasa, but it's because ID Kabasa knows, probably like a KJK and all of that. Let me now put a caveat to this. Some of the people that you are even going to get that are quality people, they will not discourage you from your big dream, but some of them will try to steal it. That one too, that one day. You understand? That one day, there are people that I'll come to KJK, and as I'm telling KJK, it's exciting KJK more than even me. That the next thing KJK is calculating is, oh my God, this guy, before this guy does it. So my advice is, I don't put all of my cards on the table. The one that you need to know, I will let you know. As we long, even God did not reveal everything to us. I reveal it to you. You see in parts. I will keep revealing to you in part as we move on. Because if I just out of excitement carry everything, like I said, I have fallen into that before. Wakalo case, that I opened the spreadsheet, everything to him, and the guy saw, this was a guy who was begging. We are not online again. Olamide was the one I was talking about. No, go off, please. You are off now. Please go off, go off, go off, go off, go off.
We have something, we have goodies for you guys. Item 7 is there for you.
Also, please, we have the banner at the back. Please take a lot of pictures, and then you can tag me. You'll see the Instagram handle at KJK Speaks, so we can reshare, and then also at the real platform UK underscore. The real platform UK underscore.
If you want to have group pictures, personal pictures, you are free to have it. It's our guest.
Success should have seen it lonely. I go up and my daily glory. Gratitude cookie shade on it. I've been lost in a year. Steady grinding, you know it. Come on, back, I feel it. Come on, be my rocky. Glory, glory, loke, loke. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. I'm in Dubai, what's in Dubai? And if I'm in London, Tokyo, Dubai. Yankee tickets, they show them so down. They do the joke with me like 4th of July. I did that, then I forgot to find. This not be 50, I'm not to find. This work is not for sale, but they want to buy. They can't make the see me, they want to die. Being fresh and fly from Monday to Friday. Saturday and Sunday, we only now. Cause we got bigger fishes, we want to fly. But what about money, we don't want to lie. Standing in the way, but we don't stood out. Some of them say I'm too proud. Oh, Yakuza on the beat and we the only. I've been lost in that game, steady grinding, you know the come on, back, feel it. Come on, be my loke, glory, loke, loke. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Oh, sugar. Oh, yeah. Cookie Shelonini. I've been lost in that year, now steady grinding, you know the come on, take that feeling. Go on, be my look, you glory, loading, loke, loke. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Ọlọ́run gbàgbé mi ò pé méjì. Outstanding for me, more blessing. Shower me.
Hi everyone, just a couple minutes of your time.
I can see that it's already. Just a little time.
Hello. Hi. Hello, sorry, just to bother you guys for a few more minutes. The Instagram QR code is on the screen, so if you don't mind, could you just scan it so we can build up a bit of a followership for free, and you can post the videos that you take here and tag them into the Real Platform UK. Thank you. And then we also have, let's do this one first.
What's in Dubai? Then they find me London, Tokyo, Dubai. Yankee tickets, they show them so down. They know they joke with me like 4th of July. I did do that, then I forgot to find. This not be film trick, I'm not the fan. This work is not for sale, but they want to buy. They can't beg, they see only if they want to die. Me and fresh and fly from Monday to Friday. Saturday and Sunday, we zoning now. Cause we got bigger
If you scan the Instagram code, thank you already. We also have another link here for partnership and sponsorship. Voluntary, so not by force obviously. If you feel like you would like to help with a bit of donation or partner with us for future events, please scan the QR code and you'll be able to contact Mr. Victor and the rest of the team. Thank you.
okay, mawa okay, mawa okay, mawa okay. Oh, sugar. Oh, yeah. Cookie Shelonini. I've been dusting at you, na steady grinding you, Dory Titi. Come on, take that Billy. Go on, me, my look, you, glory, loading, loke, Mawa, okay. Ah, yeah. Mawa, okay. Mawa okay, Mawa okay, Mawa okay. Ọlọ́run gbàgbé mi ò pé méjì. Outstanding for me more blessing. Shower me with the currency. Avoid me with the nonsense. I can see that it's already. Just a little time, it go come heavy. I can see the signs and I'm born ready. Àyànfẹ́ Olúwa ìwọ ló bẹ̀rì. Ohun mi dàbí ṣúgà ojú polóyin. Confirm me your one live story. Carry Susanna, then I linked on it. The lifestyle cost, boy, it's going. Macho Mayo, she testimony. Success, should have say they lonely. I go walk on my daily glory. Gratitude, cooking, shelonini. I've been dusting at you, na steady grind you, Lori Titi. Come on, take that feeling. Go on, me, my roke, oh, glory, lodi, loke. Mawa, okay. Ah, Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay. Mawa, okay.
I'm on load Dubai, what's in Dubai? Then they find me London, Tokyo, Dubai. Yankee tickets, then show them so down. They know they joke with me like 4th of July. I did do that, then they photo to find. This no be film trick, I'm not the fan. This work is not for sale, but they want to buy. They can't beg us, only if they want to die. Me and fresh and fly from Monday to Friday. Saturday and Sunday, we zoning now. Cause we got bigger fishes, we want to fry. Gonna worry about it only, you don't want to lie. Standing in the way, but we don't stood out. Some of them say I'm too proud. Go Yakuza on the beat and
I've been dusting at you, na steady grinding you, Dory Titi.